Money is a non-existent theoretical force that has never, does not, and will never exist except in theory on computer screens. People die and starve because they don't have enough digits on a computer screen. It's incredible and it's extraordinary and it's grotesque, but unfortunately it's true. People think, what is money? Well, how is money created? There's another big question. Oh, it's governments. No! It's private banks lending non-existent money called credit. What is credit? There's your credit. That's it. When you go into a bank and you want to borrow $50,000, the bank doesn't print any money. It doesn't move precious metals anywhere. It types into your account $50,000, and from that moment you start owing it not only $50,000 but the interest on the $50,000. And if you can't pay that back through no fault of your own, because the banking system has done what it's just done and you lose your job so you can't pay them back, they get your wealth that does exist, your home, your car, your business, your land. It's been going on for centuries. This is why it has sucked the wealth of the world into the hands of the few.
Throughout the ages, money has been manipulated for the profit and gain of a few. In ancient times, commerce was primarily conducted through bartering, or a mutual exchange of goods and services. Metals like gold, silver, and copper would eventually become some of the first forms of money. Metals are portable, durable, and easily divisible substances that can be used to create useful things. This is why ancient man began to use them frequently in exchanges. Unfortunately for ancient man, it was difficult to spot forgeries, as tin and other common metals could be passed off as rarer or more valuable metals like gold. Not until the discovery of the touchstone could forgeries be easily spotted. A touchstone is a small tablet of dark stone, such as fieldstone or slate, that leaves a visible trace on softer metals. Assayers could then determine the true value of a particular metal. The touchstone allowed nations like the Greeks and Romans to begin minting metal coins. Coins were pre-weighed and pre-alloyed by government mints and stamped with their appropriate value. As metal coins became a dominant medium of exchange in the ancient world, people known as money changers would emerge. Money changing is a trade involving the exchange of coins in different denominations. The trade would quickly become rampant with fraud, as money changers would charge excessive fees for the exchange of particular coins. The most well-known story of this fraud is found in the Bible, when Jesus drove the money changers out of Herod's temple. The money changers were forcing people to trade an excessive amount of coins for special temple coins, which are the only type of coins allowed for use in the temple. The obvious scam angered Jesus, which prompted his swift action against the money changers. Not only did money changers manipulate the monetary system for profit and gain, but governments in the ancient world would do so as well. The Roman Empire, over a period of many centuries, would slowly devalue the metal content of their coinage in order to pay for wars and the military expansion of the empire. The debasement of Rome's money led to inflation and rising prices. The Roman people, who were consistently distracted with breads and circuses and bloodletting spectacles like gladiator fights, paid little attention to the empire's unsustainable economic and military policies. Historians agree that the devaluation of Rome's coinage, combined with endless war and the overall degeneration of its society, led to the eventual collapse of the empire in the 5th century. After the fall of the Roman Empire, the Roman Catholic Church would emerge as the major unifying cultural force in Europe, with new localized rulers and leaders seizing power. Many of these new rulers would have links directly back to the church itself. Although the church would place a ban on some of the unethical practices of the money changers, these practices would not be entirely disbanded. In fact, individuals in the goldsmith trade would continue and even perfect the use of these unethical money manipulations utilized by the money changers throughout the Middle Ages. Typically, money changers were also goldsmiths who already possessed the resources to keep gold safe. Since their trade required a means to keep gold safe, goldsmiths installed secure vaults in their place of business. This allowed the goldsmiths to operate their business much like a modern-day bank, especially when paper became more commonplace throughout Europe. Goldsmiths would store a customer's gold in their vaults for safekeeping, and in return would issue the customer a paper receipt that the customer could use to reclaim the gold deposited. Eventually, people began trading the receipts themselves as if they were as good as gold. People found paper easier and more convenient to trade and carry than gold or silver. This resulted in the birth of paper money. The goldsmiths soon began to realize that only a small percentage of depositors would come back to reclaim their gold at any given time. With people trading their own paper receipts as money, the goldsmiths began to cheat the system. They began creating additional paper receipts, even though there was not enough gold in reserves to back all of the paper receipts circulating. The goldsmiths also began loaning out this paper money at interest. In other words, the goldsmiths began loaning out money that they created which had no gold backing and forced the borrower to pay interest on that money that they created out of thin air. This marked the start of what is known as the fractional reserve banking system, or the practice of loaning out more money than the bank actually has. As we can see, the fractional reserve banking system is clearly rooted in fraud and deception. In the Middle Ages, charging interest was considered immoral by Christians and Muslims alike. In fact, during this time, the Catholic Church banned the practice, with many Christians calling the practice a sin. There are many references to the immorality of usury or the charging of excessive interest found in both the Bible and in the Quran. Yet with the fractional reserve banking system widely in use by the bankers of the 21st century, it is interesting to note that there is very little outrage from today's religious leaders over its practice. Around the year 1100, King Henry I of England created what would become known as the tally stick system. This system was established to create a form of money that could not be directly controlled by the money changers. The tally stick system would become incredibly successful and actually remained in place for over 700 years until their use was finally officially ended. The tally stick was a carved wooden stick that was broken in half lengthwise with notches cut on two opposite sides denoting their value. One half was kept by the king and the other half was spent into circulation. The halves could then be matched up later to prevent counterfeiting. But why would anyone use a stick of wood as money? The king would only accept tally sticks for payment of taxes, which automatically created demand for the wood sticks, despite the fact that they had no real value. In other words, the tally stick system was an entirely fiat currency, meaning that even though the sticks had no real intrinsic value, the government decree gave the sticks value. The tally stick system would actually play a key role in the rise of the British Empire because it ensured that there was a plentiful supply of money that was free from the manipulation of the money changers, just as King Henry intended. The Knights Templar, otherwise known as the Order of the Temple of Solomon, were a powerful economic and military order formed by French noblemen during the aftermath of the First Crusade. On the surface, the Templar were set up for the purpose of protecting Christian pilgrims in their journey to the Holy Land. They quickly grew favor amongst Christians and were eventually given a mandate by the Roman Catholic Church of fulfilling this very task. Members of the Templar were required first to participate in secretive initiation rituals and vow themselves to a life of chastity and poverty. Although the order itself forbid its members from obtaining great wealth, there was no such rule for the order itself. The Templar were considered a charitable organization by many European nations and were granted tax-exempt status, much like non-profit organizations today. Their tax-exempt status and their military might eventually allowed the Templar to accumulate a tremendous amount of wealth. The Templar provided services for the safe transport of valuables for Christian pilgrims. Pilgrims would visit a Templar house, depositing their valuables, and in exchange they would receive a letter describing their holdings. During their travels, the pilgrims could withdraw funds from other Templar houses. This system is similar to the type of check system that is in use today, and many historians credit the Templar for originating this very system. The Templar soon began loaning money and even provided loans to noblemen and kings using loopholes to avoid the church's ban on usury. For example, the Templar would charge mortgage holders rent and charge fees for financial services rendered instead of interest. Essentially, the Templar established the first international banking system through their military power and backing by the Roman Catholic Church. Templar banking houses were found everywhere in Europe, and their military was allowed to pass over national borders with no restriction. They were a nation unto themselves that existed within many other countries. However, this was just on the surface. Historical evidence indicates that even though the Templar passed themselves off as a charitable Christian organization to the public, they actually used it as a public relations front in order to justify several bloody crusades in the Holy Land. It is also believed that the Templar engaged in occult rituals that appear to have originated from the Jewish mystical teachings of the Kabbalah. Although a subject unto itself, it is interesting to note that during the Crusades, the Templar would establish their headquarters at the Temple Mount, the site of where the ancient Temple of Solomon is believed to have originally existed. The Temple of Solomon was named after the biblical king of the Jews, who is said to have had the ability to control spirits and demons using his knowledge of the Kabbalah. The Templars' great wealth and power began to make them enemies. European monarchs grew weary of their power and began to see them as a threat. Finally, a plan was devised to bring down the sovereign order which had reigned for nearly 2 centuries. In the early 14th century, King Philip IV of France, who had incurred great debts to the Templar, sought a way to abolish the order. On Friday, October 13th, 1307, Philip charged the Templars with heresy and had many members of the French Templar arrested, including the Templar leader Jacques de Molay. French Templar members were tortured and under duress confessed to heresy. In Paris, the arrest had grown into such a scandal, it forced Pope Clement V to issue an order instructing all European Christian monarchs to arrest the Templar. The arrest of the Templar was entirely unprecedented. It would have been the modern-day equivalent of seeing every Fortune 500 chief executive officer arrested by the President of the United States. Although many of the Templar recanted their confessions of heresy, most were put to death anyway. In 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the order, which in effect ended the world's first international banking system. Much of the Templar property was confiscated and given to the Knights Hospitaller, an order that played a major role in the Crusades. The Knights Hospitaller were the precursor to the Knights of Malta. To this day, the Knights of Malta are a sovereign military order that essentially served the Roman Catholic Church as the Pope's own personal militia. But not all of the wealth from the Templar was seized. Many Templar members escaped to Scotland, where the order appears to have continued secretly. The Freemasons, a secret society with an undeniable Templar influence, would emerge in Scotland centuries later in the 1600s. Although the history of Freemasonry is mysterious, it is logical to conclude that the Templar had a profound influence in the formation of Freemasonry. After all, the Freemasons have a youth organization called the De Molay, named in honor of the executed Templar leader. Even after the dissolvement of the Templar, the charging of interest on money was severely frowned upon. Many European Jews would enter the unethical business of money changing due to businesses refusing to hire them in regular crafts and trades. It even became the official policy of the Roman Catholic Church to force Jews to live in segregated areas known as ghettos. Pope Paul IV in 1555 issued a papal law creating the Roman ghetto, where Jews were forced to live in seclusion and wear clothing to make them easily identifiable. This decree from the Pope would spawn additional Jewish ghettos throughout Europe, as the Roman Catholic Church would for many centuries use the Jewish population as a public relations scapegoat. Famed British scientist Sir Isaac Newton played a key role in British monetary policy. Although Newton is most well known for his work in the fields of mathematics and physics, it is a lesser known fact that Newton also spent much of his time studying the occult and in particular the ancient art of alchemy. The ultimate goal of an alchemist is to take regular base metals and transform them into gold. This ancient practice was said to have been mastered by King Solomon and used in order to furnish the gold for Solomon's temple. Like other alchemists, Newton sought the Philosopher's Stone, which was believed by alchemists to be the key to the transmutation of common metals to gold. Newton kept his work on alchemy hidden because it was feared that the ability to change common metals into gold would vastly increase its supply and devalue the metal. This type of study would have been considered heresy and punishable by death. In fact, Newton's work in the study of alchemy wasn't made public until many years after his death. In the 20th century, socialist economist John Maynard Keynes would purchase Newton's personal papers and after studying them would note the following: Newton was not the first in the age of reason, but instead was the last of the magicians. Later in his life, Newton was appointed as master of the British Royal Mint, where he was given the task of reforming their monetary system. In 1717, Newton would implement his reforms by unintentionally creating what would later become the precursor to the modern-day gold standard. Newton established a relationship between gold and silver coins that placed more value on gold than silver, which caused an increasing amount of gold to flow into the country. This was the first time in the Western world that a country operated on the gold standard. Even after Newton's death, nations began to utilize the gold standard by making paper notes directly exchangeable for quantities of gold. In fact, this type of monetary system would become one of the most influential during the 19th century, when most nations' monetary systems operate on a gold standard. Although the gold standard is successful in limiting inflation, the value of gold can be more easily manipulated and controlled than silver, which is a more plentiful metal. Due to years of war, the English government sought financing, and the money changers were quick to offer a solution. The end result was a privately owned central bank called the Bank of England, which was officially founded in 1694 by Scotsman William Paterson. Although it was deceptively called the Bank of England, it was not a government entity. In exchange for a £1.2 million loan to the government, it was agreed that the bank would be incorporated as the Bank of England and have the privilege to issue banknotes. In other words, the bank was given the authority to create money out of nothing through fractional reserve banking. Remember, this is the same scam that the goldsmiths had used. The Bank of England now had the legal authority to loan out more money than they actually had on the books. In fact, only a little over half of the necessary money to form the Bank of England was put up front to establish the enterprise. The rest of the money was derived from granting loans and charging interest on money that was created entirely out of thin air. The reason why the Bank of England is so important is because it became the model for future central banks. Central banks follow a very simple process to facilitate money creation. The government issues bonds or debt to the central bank, and in return, the central bank buys the government debt with money that they create out of nothing. Not only does this system create inflation, but the government is forced to pay interest to the central bank for the loans. The end result is that the government loans are backed by taxes, which are used to pay interest on the loans back to the private central bank. This type of system is an obvious fraud, which in the end makes the people debt slaves to an institution that creates money out of nothing.
Set clock, all Jews inside. Can't wait all night. Come on, let's get out of this den of... Shall I go after him? Oh, let him go.
Mr. Rothschild! Mr. Rothschild!
What's the matter? What's happened?
The man who was bringing your money from Hamburg has been waylaid by the tax agents outside the city.
What?
They heard he was bringing the money to Jew Street. They might have killed him, but he got away.
He got away with the money?
No, they got it, Mr. Rothschild. They got the money.
What? All of it?
Yes, all of it.
You hear that, Mama? You hear that, all of you? 10,000 gulden. Our money that we worked for. Why doesn't the Almighty strike them dead?
Papa, don't get excited. It's bad for you.
Now listen, you are young. Your lives are before you. You've got to fight. Fight for yourselves. Fight for our people. Mama, I have to cheat the tax collector before my own children. Do you think I want to do that? I live honestly. I trade honestly. I want to be honest with them. But they won't let us. We are Jews. Taxed to death. Forbidden to learn a trade, forbidden to own land. They keep us in chains. They send men here to rob us. So work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, money.
The world of international finance would change drastically in the 1700s, primarily due to the Rothschild family. Born in 1744 in a Jewish ghetto, Mayor Amschel Rothschild is credited with starting what would later become an international banking dynasty. Rothschild was even ranked 7th on Forbes magazine's list of the 20 most influential businessmen of all time in an article published on their website in 2005. Forbes magazine credited Rothschild as being the principal founding father of the modern international finance system. Even though his real last name was Bauer, he changed his name to Rothschild after placing a red shield in front of his Frankfurt, Germany coin shop that he had inherited from his father. In German, Rothschild means red shield. The term red shield appears to be a symbol in reference to ancient Rome, as Roman soldiers would carry red shields into combat. According to the Encyclopedia Judaica, the Rothschilds bear the title guardians of the Vatican's treasury. Like the Templar centuries before, it appears as if the Roman Catholic Church played an influential role in supporting the rise of the Rothschilds' banking empire. Through his coin business, Rothschild quickly began to establish important contacts in the world of finance. Like the money changers of the past, Rothschild became skilled in money creation. He soon realized that it was more profitable to lend money to governments and kings instead of private individuals. This was because loans provided to governments and kings were backed by taxes. Rothschild would have 5 sons, who he trained in the ways of money creation. He sent each of his sons to a different city in order to set up a branch of the family banking business. His eldest son, Amschel Mayer, would stay to run the business in Frankfurt. Solomon would be sent to Vienna, Karl would be sent to Naples, James would be sent to Paris, and finally Nathan would be sent to London. Rothschild instructed his sons to coordinate their business activities, which gave them a distinct advantage over other banking houses.
Come, he wants to speak with you. All of you. We're here, Papa. All of us.
My sons, when I go, I leave you in your mama's care. She is wise, far wiser than I, and good. Do always as she says, and you will grow rich. Come closer. Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers, so that when money is to be sent from here to London, let us say, you won't have to risk life and gold. Amschel, here in Frankfurt, will just send a letter to Nathan in London saying, pay so-and-so. And that will be offset by loans from London to Frankfurt. Understand?
Yes.
In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe.
Papa, you mustn't talk anymore. The doctor...
I'm giving advice to our sons, Mama, that the doctor cannot give. Remember, unity is strength. All your lives you must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. That will be your power. And when that power comes, remember the ghetto.
I shall be here. I shall never leave the house where they were all born.
And remember this before all, that neither business, nor power, nor all the gold in Europe will bring you happiness till we, our people, have equality, respect, dignity, to trade with dignity, to live with dignity, to walk the world with dignity.
As Europe was plagued with wars, the British government became increasingly in debt to the privately run Bank of England. They immediately sought money to pay the interest on the loans and looked to the colonies in America, which were booming economically. The colonies prospered because there was no central bank and they used money that was created interest-free. In addition, new monies were created only when required. This system effectively shut the bankers out of the game, as money was created for the benefit of the people and not for the profit of private interest. The bankers realized that they could not allow the colonies to continue creating their own money, as it served as a bad example for the rest of the world. In 1764, the British government passed the Currency Act, which forbid the colonies from creating their own money and declared that taxes could only be paid in gold and silver coin. Since gold and silver coinage at the time was not readily available in the colonies, an immediate shortage of money occurred and the colonies plunged into a depression. Although excessive taxation by the British without proper representation was one of the reasons for the Revolutionary War, it was not the primary cause. The colonists recognized the importance of having control over the issuance of money and blamed the Currency Act for hard economic times that followed. Eventually, in 1776, the colonies would craft the Declaration of Independence, and shortly after, the Revolutionary War would begin. After the Revolutionary War began, the colonies sought to finance the war by issuing a fiat currency called the Continental Dollar. Unfortunately, the Continental Dollar had no tangible backing and was easily counterfeited. This resulted in widespread currency devaluation and the popularization of the phrase "not worth a continental." The mismanagement of the Continental Dollar was largely the reason as to why the Constitution would later mandate that states only use gold and silver as money. The Founding Fathers forgot that the proper management of fiat currency worked and brought prosperity to the colonies prior to the American Revolution. Colonial script proved that a fiat currency could work, but only if the fiat currency is managed responsibly and not created by a private bank for the profit of the bank's owners. Due to the failure of the Continental Dollar, the atmosphere was ripe for a central bank to be sold to the Continental Congress. The main advocates of the central bank, which would be called the Bank of North America, included Robert Morris and Alexander Hamilton. Morris was a financier with all sorts of international connections who profited immensely off of the Revolutionary War. He was criticized by Thomas Paine and others for war profiteering and was even brought in front of a congressional committee in 1779 on charges of conducting improper financial transactions. Although cleared of the charges, his reputation as the financier of the Revolution was marred. Hamilton, who at the time was only in his early 20s and still serving in the military, would play a key role in the formation of the United States financial system years later as Treasury Secretary under George Washington. As a powerful military aide to Washington, Hamilton would openly endorse Robert Morris as a man of integrity and how a central bank would be the solution to rampant currency devaluation. Despite Morris's earlier reputation as an unethical war profiteer, he was appointed as Superintendent of Finance of the United States in 1781 as the colonists desperately sought some sort of solution to the problem of inflation. Immediately, Morris advocated the formation of a central bank called the Bank of North America, which would be modeled after the Bank of England. On December 31st, 1781, the Bank of North America was given its charter by the Continental Congress and would officially open for business on January 7th, 1782. Like the Bank of England, the Bank of North America was privately owned, was given absolute dominion over the nation's currency, and could participate in fractional reserve banking. Despite promises that the central bank would stabilize the nation's economy, it did not, and the colonists grew increasingly weary of Morris's policies and the power he held as head of the bank. Finally, in 1785, popular support won out, and the Bank of North America's charter was revoked. A few years later, in 1787, the Founding Fathers drafted and approved the United States Constitution. The document would be fully ratified a year later. Due to rampant inflation plaguing the post-Revolutionary War economy in the United States, the Founding Fathers included a provision in Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution, forbidding states from emitting bills of credit and using anything but gold and silver for payment of debts. By prohibiting bills of credit, the Founding Fathers hoped to create a sound money system that would eliminate the plagues of inflation that the colonies suffered as a result of the Continental Dollar. Unfortunately, the Constitution did not take into account the dangers of a private central bank or fractional reserve banking, which opened the door for the money changers to take control of the nation's monetary system. Despite the defeat of the Bank of North America, the money changers would not give up in their attempts to set up a central bank. In 1790, Alexander Hamilton, who was now Secretary of Treasury, proposed the establishment of a new central bank called the First Bank of the United States. Hamilton sold this new central bank with the same rationale that was argued for the creation of the Bank of North America, stating that it would establish financial order. Much like its predecessor, this new central bank would again be modeled after the formula used by the Bank of England. Hamilton placed several non-negotiable conditions within the proposal. These included that the bank was to be a private company, would receive a 20-year charter in which no other federal bank would be authorized, and that foreigners would be allowed to be stockholders. Hamilton was essentially attempting to set up a control mechanism that would allow the European financiers to control the United States government by controlling the monetary system. If this wasn't the case, why would Hamilton insist on the bank being a private company that foreigners could invest in? Many Americans, particularly those in the South, opposed the creation of this new central bank. Americans feared that the bank would create a money monopoly and, like the Bank of North America, give too much power to a small group of people. This proposal drew criticism from Thomas Jefferson and others, but was eventually passed by Congress and signed into law by George Washington. This was a major victory for the European financiers, as Hamilton ensured that the control of U.S. monetary policy would primarily be in the hands of private interests for the next 20 years. Even worse is that the initial money to begin the bank was taken from the government's initial 20% upfront investment. Through that investment, the bank used fractional reserve banking to lend the money that would be used for private investors to put up the remaining 80% needed for the rest of the shares. Not only were the shares obtained fraudulently, but the investors themselves were kept secret. Just like the Bank of England, the First Bank of the United States was designed to put the American people into perpetual debt. Soon after the bank was given its 20-year charter, the U.S. government began borrowing from the bank and would find itself in an increasing amount of debt, just as the powers behind the bank's creation had planned. The bank would only benefit its few unknown private investors, including Hamilton himself. Hamilton was a banker, having founded the Bank of New York in 1784, which exists today as the Bank of New York Mellon. Hamilton's involvement with the private banking industry and his involvement as the Secretary of Treasury would set the precedent of bankers dominating the U.S. Treasury Department. This practice has continued until present day. Even though the bankers were successful in setting up their central bank, gold and silver would still play a key role in the U.S. economy. Alongside the establishment of the First Bank of the United States, a national mint was established to strike coins. The Coin Act of 1792 established monetary units for coins, including the eagle and the dollar. This piece of legislation actually defined the value of monetary units and established the dollar as the primary monetary unit of the United States, and essentially put the dollar on a silver standard. Knowing the history of the Roman Empire, the Founding Fathers included a provision that would impose the penalty of death on any employee of the mint caught debasing the coinage for their own personal gain. In 1811, the First Bank of the United States came under an increasing amount of criticism due to rising prices and increasing government debt. When it was time to renew the charter of the bank, Congress decided not to do so. As the United States broke free from their control of a private central bank, the money changers were not pleased. Months later, the British, which had long since been controlled by the Bank of England, attacked the United States, and the War of 1812 had begun. The war would not go well for the British, as their primary focus continued to be on Europe, which was being ravaged by war. In 1803, the third U.S. President, Thomas Jefferson, and the French military leader Napoleon would strike a land purchase deal called the Louisiana Purchase. In the deal, the United States would give France a down payment of $3 million worth of gold in exchange for the rights of a large chunk of land west of the Mississippi River that stretched into the Rocky Mountains. Napoleon decided it would be more prudent to use the funds from the sale to raise an army that would challenge the British than to seek French domination of North America. Napoleon believed that the land would allow America to rise into a great naval power that would eventually challenge the British for naval superiority. As Napoleon waged war in Europe, the financiers at the Bank of England would finance armies of their own to challenge him. It was during this time that the Rothschild family would generate tremendous profits for themselves through numerous wartime investments. Napoleon would eventually conquer most of Europe, but would soon face disaster due to British attacks from Spain and a failed invasion of Russia. In 1814, his army was finally defeated, and he was exiled to the island of Elba. Soon after, in 1815, Napoleon escaped his exile and returned to France. The troops hailed Napoleon as their emperor, and France prepared for war yet again. Napoleon quickly raised an army, while the British and their allies scrambled to oppose him. Finally, the decisive battle at Waterloo between the British forces led by Duke Wellington and the French forces led by Napoleon would take place. Nathan Rothschild knew that the outcome of the battle would have important consequences for the future of his business. Wellington's army would eventually defeat Napoleon, but Rothschild would learn of this news a full day before it arrived in London. Rumors abounded in London that Napoleon had won and not Wellington. Rothschild even began selling his stock, which contributed to the ongoing panic, but was secretly buying the depressed assets through his agents for pennies on the dollar. When official word came that Wellington had won and not Napoleon, Rothschild would soon not only dominate the London Stock Exchange, but the Bank of England as well. The story of how Rothschild was able to learn Napoleon's defeat before anybody else is the subject of much debate. Some have said that Rothschild or one of his trusted agents was present at Waterloo and managed to race back to London with information on the battle's outcome prior to the arrival of Wellington's courier. Some believe the use of carrier pigeons enabled Rothschild to transmit information back and forth at a faster pace than anyone else. This was depicted in the 1934 film, The House of Rothschild.
Too late, Mr. Rothschild. You backed the wrong horse this time. Rothschild, you've lost your luck. Michael. Bye. Yes, bye. Have you had any news? What do you think about this rumor? I don't listen to rumors, Mr. Baring. You hear what they say? Wellington defeated. You mind telling me what you're going to do? I have no objection to all London knowing what I'm going to do. I'm fine. Mrs. Rothschild asked me to give you this. Did she come here to the exchange? So? Yes.
Did you ever see such a cold-blooded fish? Puts a flower in his coat as he stands on the scaffold with a rope around his neck.
News. Just arrived. Wellington victorious at Waterloo. Napoleon defeated. The war is over. Gentlemen, listen. I have news from Waterloo. Napoleon is beaten. You've been over fine. Don't play tricks on us. It's Waterloo. It is true. Wellington has won at Waterloo. Where? How did you get the news? Yes, how did you get the news? I carry a pigeon. My pigeon post from the battlefield. Now you know our secret. Now will you buy? Buy with every security you have. Buy without security. Buy with your clothes on the back.
Buy. Historians for years have argued the specifics of how Rothschild obtained his great fortune following the Battle of Waterloo, but it is largely irrelevant. Following Wellington's victory, the Rothschild family would become the richest in Europe and would dominate European financial affairs. In fact, the Rothschild family became so wealthy that Nathan Rothschild would successfully bail out the Bank of England during the mid-1820s, following a series of bank failures and a run on gold. As a result of the War of 1812, inflation had increased due to private banks creating an excessive amount of paper money. The U.S. government also found itself in a tremendous amount of debt due to its efforts to finance the war. James Madison, who was still president, initially opposed the First Bank of the United States. However, under pressure to do something about the financial crisis, Madison would cave in and authorize the charter for the Second Bank of the United States. The Second Bank of the United States was really no different than the First Bank of the United States. It was privately owned, its ownership was largely kept secret, it had the authority to create money out of nothing, and could practice fractional reserve banking. The bank was granted a 20-year federal charter. Despite inflation and debt, the U.S. economy was starting to grow, primarily due to the fact that Europe was still reeling from the Napoleonic Wars. The Second Bank of the United States would immediately aid U.S. expansion by issuing an excessive amount of loans. Then after issuing these loans and creating an economic bubble, the bank would call in many of its loans, thus contracting the money supply. The sudden contraction in the money supply resulted in the Panic of 1819. Following almost a decade of market manipulation by the central bank, the American people had enough and elected Andrew Jackson, the hero of the Battle of New Orleans, as the 7th President of the United States. Jackson was elected into office primarily on his promise to abolish the bank. Jackson first started by firing large sums of government employees, hoping in part to remove corrupt government bureaucrats who were on the payroll of the bank. Nicholas Biddle, the bank's president, knowing of Jackson's opposition to the bank, decided to seek a recharter of the bank 4 years early. Biddle was aided in these efforts by Jackson's political opponent, Senator Henry Clay, hoping that they could use the issue to defeat Jackson in his bid for a second term. Congress would eventually pass a bill reauthorizing the bank's charter and sent it to Jackson. Jackson vetoed the bill, stating that the bank centralized far too much financial power into a single institution and exposed the government to control by foreign interests which held stock in the bank. The public approved of Jackson's veto and was re-elected, despite the bankers financing the campaign of Henry Clay, who ran on a pro-bank platform. Following his re-election, Jackson sought to weaken the bank further and began withdrawing government funds out of the bank and move them into state banks. Louis McLean, his Secretary of the Treasury, was favorable to the bank and refused, so Jackson fired him. His new Secretary of Treasury, William Duane, delayed the withdrawal of funds, so Jackson fired him as well. Finally, his former Attorney General, Roger Taney, was given the position and agreed. Taney would begin transferring government funds to the state banks. The bank had lost its biggest depositor, which angered Biddle. Amazingly, Biddle even threatened to engineer a crisis in order to facilitate the recharter of the bank. Biddle, as promised, would facilitate a depression by intentionally restricting the money supply in the hopes that the crisis would lead to a rechartering of the bank. Biddle called in existing loans and refused to grant any additional loans. This effectively shrank the money supply, and the United States was thrown into a financial crisis. Biddle even had the nerve to blame Jackson for the crisis due to his involvement in removing government funds from the bank, despite the fact that Biddle was the one who created the entire crisis through the bank's monetary policy. The crisis led to Jackson being censured by the Senate for withdrawing government funds from the bank. Despite the censure, Biddle's public boasting of intentionally crashing the economy turned the tide against the bank. A second attempt to recharter the bank would eventually fail in Congress, and a committee was formed to investigate if the bank had intentionally created the economic crisis. The second defeat of the bank's recharter and congressional approval for an investigation into the bank would lead to the final demise of the Second Bank of the United States. Biddle refused to cooperate with the investigative committee, which would eventually lead to criminal charges of fraud being brought against him. Meanwhile, Jackson paid off the national debt and would become the first and thus far only U.S. president to pay off the national debt in full. Jackson's role against the bank is widely believed to have been a primary cause of an assassination attempt against him in 1835. The assassin's 2 pistols misfired and the assassin was arrested. Later, the assassin would brag that high-profile European interests put him up to the task of killing Jackson, no doubt due to his efforts to destroy their privately owned central bank. In 1836, the bank's charter officially ended, and the bank itself would go bankrupt in 1841. Jackson would consider defeating the bank his greatest presidential accomplishment, and he is still remembered to this day for it. Biddle would eventually be acquitted of criminal charges, but would later die while civil suits brought against him were being heard. After the bank's charter ended, money lending was taken over primarily by state-chartered banks. As a result, the banks loaned out an excessive amount of banknotes that were not backed by gold or silver. This resulted in inflation and increasing state debts. In 1836, Jackson required buyers of government lands to pay in gold or silver coins. Demand for gold and silver coins rose, but the local and state banks did not have enough gold or silver coins and reserves to back their paper notes. The banks had overextended themselves by loaning out an excessive amount of paper money with inadequate reserves. This spawned the Panic of 1837. Even though Jackson would be blamed by many for the Panic of 1837, the economic downturn would not have happened if the banks had not loaned out money recklessly through fractional reserve banking. On top of the troubles domestically, the Bank of England, which was now entirely dominated by the Rothschild family, helped to make the crisis worse by refusing to accept any paper instruments associated with the United States. Author Eustace Mullins, in his book The Secrets of the Federal Reserve, contends that their actions were retribution for Jackson not renewing the central bank's federal charter, which the Rothschild family held a large stake in. Despite the economic downturn that followed, the lack of a privately run central bank and large discoveries of silver would help create an economic boom in America during the Industrial Revolution. The European financial elite were not about to give up, however. Despite losing their centralized power in the United States, they immediately set about gaining this power back. Henry Clay, still a powerful member of the U.S. Senate, would attempt twice to push a National Banking Act through in the early 1840s. The legislation would be vetoed both times by John Tyler, the 10th President of the United States, despite the fact that Tyler and Clay were both members of the same political party. For his efforts, Tyler would receive numerous death threats throughout the course of his presidency. Even though the Rothschild family had virtually all of their American financial interests destroyed after the Panic of 1837, their agent August Schoenberg would work to restore them in the years to come. Schoenberg would arrive in New York following the aftermath of the financial crisis. He would change his last name to Belmont in an effort to mask his Jewish ancestry. He would found the business August Belmont and Company and with the backing of Rothschild credit, immediately began buying up depressed assets. He would quickly become a key figure, linking the financial power of the Rothschild family with American industry and politics. Belmont and his son August Jr. would eventually end up establishing close relationships with the powerful and wealthy. Included would be the Morgan family, whose future patriarch, John Pierpont Morgan, would play a key role in the American banking, steel, and railroad industries, largely on behalf of the Rothschilds. In 1854, J.P. Morgan's father, Junius Spencer Morgan, established a partnership with George Peabody, the owner of George Peabody and Company in London. Peabody was a Rothschild agent who needed an American working on behalf of their interest. During the Panic of 1857, a financial crisis caused by the collapse of the New York City branch of Ohio Life Insurance and Trust and a sudden collapse in grain prices, Peabody was advanced a large sum of British pounds by the Rothschild-controlled Bank of England. This money was used by Peabody and Morgan to buy up depressed assets for pennies on the dollar. Despite the fact that hundreds of American companies failed in the panic, the Peabody-Morgan firm prospered during a time of great economic turmoil. Besides his relationships with the wealthy, Belmont would become involved in politics by helping finance the successful presidential campaigns of Franklin Pierce and James Buchanan. Belmont sought to mirror the success that the Rothschilds enjoyed in Europe by using his financial clout to assert influence over the government itself. In fact, both Pierce and Buchanan are widely considered two of the worst U.S. presidents in the nation's history, as they set the conditions necessary for the nation to descend into civil war. Considering that both Pierce and Buchanan's campaigns were indirectly funded by the Rothschilds, it is clear that these conditions were not set by chance. With no central bank, the best way to put the country into debt was to engineer a war. By weakening the country, it became more likely that a central bank under the control of foreign interest could be reestablished. Although slavery was one of the issues that contributed to the Civil War, it was actually more of a cause of economics and states' rights. Northern states had implemented protective tariffs to prevent southern states from buying cheaper European goods. Europe stopped accepting cotton imports from the South, which made the cost of goods in the southern states more expensive. In the election of 1860, Belmont would back Democrat Stephen Douglas for president against Republican Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln, whose name wasn't even on the ballot in most southern states, was elected solely on the population strength of the northern states. By the time Lincoln took office, most southern states had already seceded and formed the Confederacy. A month later, the Confederacy would fire upon the Union military installation of Fort Sumter, and the Civil War had begun. More pressure was put on Lincoln as France moved their military into Mexico, and the British moved their military to the north in Canada. By these European forces violating the Monroe Doctrine, Lincoln was put in a precarious situation. Not only did he have to deal with the Confederacy, but he also had to deal with European military forces surrounding United States territory. Lincoln needed a way to fund the war, but the bankers offered loans with excessively high rates of interest. Instead of taking the loans, Lincoln declined and determined that the best way to fund the war would be for the government to create its own debt and interest-free paper money. The Legal Tender Act of 1862 authorized the U.S. Treasury to issue $450 million worth of paper notes into circulation called greenbacks. Even though greenbacks were not backed by gold, silver, or any other commodity, the notes were created free from the manipulation of bankers. Greenbacks were declared legal tender in the payment of taxes, which automatically created demand for the paper notes. Lincoln would also receive help from the Russian Tsar, Alexander II, who was aware of what the European financial elite were doing. He had already refused to allow the bankers to set up a central bank in Russia and recognized Lincoln's plight. In fact, he would be the target of several assassination attempts until one finally succeeded in 1881. During the Civil War, he ordered his Atlantic Fleet to dock in New York and his Pacific Fleet to dock in San Francisco as a show of support for Lincoln and the Union. If the British made a move against the Union, it would be considered an act of war against Russia. This effectively held off any potential for a British attack against the Union. Unfortunately for Lincoln, the initial allocation of greenbacks authorized by Congress was not enough to win the war. Lincoln needed additional funding and imposed a temporary income tax that led to the creation of the Office of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, which would eventually evolve into the Internal Revenue Service in the 1950s. From the beginning of the Civil War, Lincoln's Treasury Secretary, Salmon P. Chase, favored the establishment of a national banking system to help fund the war. Lincoln would eventually authorize two pieces of legislation favored by Chase, the National Currency Act of 1863 and the National Bank Act of 1864, that did just that. Lincoln sought a quick end to the war, and in order to get the funding, opted to go with Chase's plan. The National Currency and Bank Acts would revamp the entire banking system, and is the basis of the system that is in use today. Following the abolition of the Second Bank of the United States, the banking system was decentralized, with many operating state-chartered banks. The National Bank Act of 1864 would again centralize much of the power the bankers lost when the Second Bank of the United States Charter was not renewed. It set up a national banking system in which banks could be chartered by the federal government and authorized to issue banknotes secured by U.S. government bonds. In other words, these banks could only issue money in exchange for government debt. The end result is that the government would never be able to pay off the debt, because if they did so, the money supply would be destroyed. It is this system that was set up under the National Bank Act of 1864 that ensures the government remains in perpetual debt to bankers. But what about the state-chartered banks? The federal government actually began imposing taxes on state banknotes to discourage their use. Initially, the tax was set at 2%, but was later raised to 10%, which effectively ended the issuance of state banknotes and ensured that all banks were centralized under a federal umbrella. By 1865, Lincoln had been re-elected and the Civil War had ended. Despite approving of this new national banking system, Lincoln appeared to have only signed it into law to ensure that the Civil War would end as quickly as possible. It was largely a creation of Chase. Lincoln was wary of the bankers and favored the government issuing money on behalf of the people, seeing it as one of its greatest obligations and creative opportunities. Although the people favored the continued issuance of greenbacks, it was not looked upon favorably by the European bankers because it was money that existed outside of their control. In fact, Lincoln's support of this policy appears to be one of the primary reasons that led to his eventual assassination. Had Lincoln not been assassinated, he would have continued the policy of issuing greenbacks, which would have been detrimental to the bankers' goal of reestablishing a central bank. Lincoln's chief economic advisor, Henry Charles Carey, had actually authored a series of letters to the Speaker of the House of Representatives entitled "The Way to Outdo England Without Fighting Her." The letters called for making the greenback monetary system a permanent fixture and raising the reserve ratio for banks to 50%. With Lincoln gone, the European banking elite would begin work in consolidating their power further. They knew that the issuance of debt-free greenbacks by the federal government would undermine their interests and immediately sought to have them removed. Immediately, Congress began to do the dirty work for the European bankers. Despite popular support for the greenback, Congress in 1866 passed the Contraction Act, which was signed into law by President Andrew Johnson. This bill authorized the U.S. Treasury to begin removing greenbacks from circulation. Despite the legislation, the U.S. Treasury would continue to issue greenbacks, but only in limited quantities. Support for the greenback was so high that it even spawned a new political party called the Greenback Party, which had limited success in winning state congressional races. They also fielded presidential candidates in the 1876, 1880, and 1884 presidential elections. The Greenback Party believed if the government, not the private banks, issued debt-free money, that money would be plentiful and there would be prosperity. Unfortunately, their wishes would not be fulfilled. The bankers also sought to put the United States on a strict gold standard to further reduce the supply of money. Since gold is less plentiful, it is much easier to control and manipulate than other metals like silver. Evidence of this can be seen in an attempt to corner the U.S. gold market in 1869. At this time, it was believed that greenbacks would be bought back by the federal government with gold. A group of speculators, led by James Fisk and Jay Gould, believed they could profit off of this by developing a scheme to hoard gold. Gould and Fisk began by recruiting a man by the name of Abel Corbin, who was the brother-in-law to former Civil War general and now President Ulysses S. Grant. Corbin managed to convince Grant to appoint General Daniel Butterfield as the Assistant Treasurer of the United States, who would then tip the men off when the government intended to sell gold. With this knowledge, large amounts of gold were purchased during the summer, causing the gold price to rise substantially. On September 24, 1869, Grant finally ordered a large sale of government gold. The gold sale caused the gold price to drop substantially, and within minutes caused an untold amount of economic disruption. The day would become forever known as Black Friday. A congressional investigation proved limited, with Fisk and Gould escaping any real legal and financial consequences. Butterfield would eventually resign his position for his role in the scheme. Grant was attacked for the scandal by Henry Adams in an 1870 article entitled The New York Gold Conspiracy. Adams believed that Grant had tolerated, encouraged, and possibly even participated in the cornering scheme. Regardless of Grant's innocence or guilt in the matter, this event proved that the price of gold could be easily manipulated by a small group of people. This fact alone is why the European bankers sought to set up a strict gold standard, because it gave them more centralized control over the U.S. economy. According to a sworn affidavit by respected Colorado businessman Frederick A. Luckenbach, the European bankers employed a man by the name of Ernest Sed to bribe members of Congress to pass legislation demonetizing silver. Sed revealed the plan to Luckenbach at a dinner party. According to Luckenbach's affidavit, Sed was essentially given a blank check by the Bank of England to withdraw any amount of funds necessary to achieve the passage of the bill. A few years later, Congress would pass the Coin Act of 1873, which would be signed into law by Grant. The legislation demonetized silver and effectively put the United States on a gold standard. Prior to 1873, silver could be taken to government mints and struck into coins. By eliminating silver as money, there was a sharp contraction in the money supply. The combination of the Retraction Act, the removal of silver as money, and the bankers refusing to loan out additional money led to the Panic of 1873 and eventually a long, drawn-out depression. The bankers would also successfully demonetize silver in many European countries, which had the same effect in those nations as well. The period following 1873 would become known as the Long Depression. The reduction in money had led towards rampant unemployment and despotism. The people were angry and demanded a return to the greenback system, the remonetization of silver, or any other solution that would increase the money supply. In 1876, the U.S. Silver Commission was formed to investigate the demonetization of silver and its effect it had on the economy. The Commission's report clearly blames the engineered monetary contraction for the Depression. Despite the report by the U.S. Silver Commission, Congress failed to immediately act on their findings. The people were angry and desperate, prompting riots to break out in the streets of many cities. Still, the bankers would not increase the money supply, nixing any attempts to remonetize silver or a return to Lincoln's greenback system. In 1877, a circular was issued by the Associated Bankers of New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, signed by James Buell, secretary. This circular was sent to all the bankers in the United States and outlines a centralized lobbying effort by the bankers to prevent a return to the greenback system. Finally, in 1878, some relief would come in the form of the Bland-Allison Act. The bill directed the U.S. Treasury to buy $2 million to $4 million worth of silver and turn them into coins that could be used as legal tender. Despite a veto by President Rutherford Hayes, Congress overrode the veto and the legislation became law. The injection of silver coins into the economy allowed conditions to improve, and by 1879, the U.S. had begun to crawl its way out of the Depression. The Depression had wreaked havoc on lower and middle-class Americans. It was particularly difficult for farmers and miners who relied upon silver as a medium of exchange. Although the Depression was bad for most, it was an opportunity for the rich to get richer. The Depression allowed rich industrialists like Cornelius Vanderbilt, John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and others to become even richer. These men were criticized as robber barons in reference to their unethical financial manipulations for the sole purpose of profit. This period of time would become known as the Gilded Age. The rich showcased lavish displays of wealth, while many others struggled to get by. Had it not been for the sharp contraction of the money supply, these men would have likely not accumulated the wealth that they now had. The gold standard and demonetization of silver took power away from the common people and put more power in the hands of the few. By now, the Coin Act of 1873 was called the Crime of 1873, and the public continued to demand monetary reform. In 1880, the people elected James Garfield as the next president. Garfield had a deep understanding of how the monetary system worked. A former Civil War general and congressman, Garfield spoke out about what was happening with the monetary system on many occasions. Garfield would not be president for long, as only 4 months into his presidency, he would be assassinated. Like Lincoln before him, Garfield would have no doubt sought to reform the monetary system, but was not given the opportunity to do so. The 1880s marked a time of economic growth fueled by the now booming railroad industry. The boom was primarily created by the overextension of bank financing, which would eventually lead towards yet another engineered economic bust. The bankers had played the same game that they had played with the money supply yet again by creating a boom which culminated in a bust with the Panic of 1893. In fact, the American Bankers Association would issue another circular on March 11, 1893, discouraging a return to free silver and encouraging their members to intentionally make money scarce. Throughout the 1880s and 1890s, the issue of bimetallism and free silver versus the gold standard would dominate the U.S. political arena. In 1890, President Benjamin Harrison approved the Sherman Silver Purchase Act, which authorized the U.S. Treasury to purchase an additional 4.5 million ounces of silver bullion every month. This was in response to the demands of miners and farmers, who advocated a return to pre-1873 silver policies. Although not a true return to those policies, the Treasury was allowed to buy silver with notes that could be redeemed for either silver or gold. Unfortunately, with the gold standard still in effect, and European financiers only accepting gold for payment, people sought to convert their silver into gold, which began to deplete the nation's gold reserves. Amazingly, wealthy bankers such as J.P. Morgan and others would successfully blame the Sherman Silver Purchase Act for the Panic of 1893. This is despite the fact that the bankers' intentional contraction of the money supply spawned the crisis. This would lead to President Grover Cleveland calling a special session of Congress to approve legislation repealing the act, which he would eventually sign. Unfortunately for Cleveland, gold was still flowing out of the Treasury and was in danger of running out. In 1895, during the midst of the economic crisis spawning from the panic 2 years earlier, Cleveland saw no other option and approached J.P. Morgan for help to resupply gold to the Treasury. Morgan, seeing an opportunity for profit, offered to buy U.S. bonds in exchange for a large sum of European gold. Cleveland agreed, which replenished the Treasury with gold, while also netting Morgan substantial profits. The public was outraged, seeing this as another example of Wall Street and the government working together against the best interests of the people. This alone helped catapult the issue of silver and its role in monetary policy into the most hotly debated topic on the minds of the American people. The debate over silver set the stage for the 1896 presidential election between Republican William McKinley and Democrat William Jennings Bryan. McKinley favored a strict gold standard and was backed by rich industrialists. Bryan favored the return to bimetallism and free silver policies. Bryan would secure his party nomination by delivering one of the most well-known political speeches ever delivered before a political convention, entitled Crown of Thorns, Cross of Gold. In this speech, Bryan passionately advocated for the full remonetization of silver. Despite his efforts, Bryan would lose in a close race to McKinley, but his stance on the silver issue stalled the bankers' attempts to centralize their power for several decades. In 1900, Bryan would challenge McKinley for a second time, but would lose again. McKinley had again run on a pro-gold standard platform, and shortly after winning a second term, would sign into law the Gold Standard Act, which ended the exchange of gold for silver. This effectively ended the final remaining links of bimetallism. With the gold standard fully entrenched, the Rothschild family, alongside their European and American agents, were set to make a move to install a central bank in the United States. Throughout the 19th century, we have seen how major U.S. financial panics were engineered as a result of bankers manipulating the supply of money. The bankers decided that one final economic panic would be needed to gain the support necessary for the passage of legislation authorizing a new central bank. J.P. Morgan, who had now become the prominent Rothschild operative in America, would play a central role. Jacob Schiff, another key Rothschild associate, would also be involved. Schiff's family had maintained close ties to the Rothschild family since the 1700s by sharing a Frankfurt, Germany house with the Rothschilds known as the Green Shield. Schiff would use Rothschild money to vastly expand the power and influence of the American banking house Kuhn Loeb Company, an investment bank founded by Abraham Kuhn and Solomon Loeb. Kuhn Loeb Company was the principal financier behind E.H. Harriman and his American railroad empire. In combination with the Rothschild-owned National City Bank of Cleveland, they would become the main financial backers of John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Trust. The partners of Kuhn Loeb Company also held close ties to the partners of other powerful firms through blood and marriage, such as Goldman Sachs and Company and Lehman Brothers. While the Rothschilds and their agents were working to set the conditions necessary to bring back a central bank in the United States, they had also been busy funding the pillaging of Africa for resources and trying to figure out a way to overthrow the ruling Russian Romanov family. Even though the Rothschild family had gained a tremendous amount of control over Europe through their banking businesses, they sought more. Nathan Rothschild's son, Lionel Rothschild, would take control of N.M. Rothschild & Sons, the London branch of the Rothschild's family business, following his father's death. He would invest heavily in European railroads, resource and mineral companies like Rio Tinto, and in 1875 would even help the British government purchase controlling interest in the Suez Canal. Lionel would pass away in 1879, leaving the business to his son Nathan Mayer Rothschild II. In the early 1880s, the British attempted to annex two independent Boer republics called the Orange Free State and the South African Republic, otherwise known as the Transvaal Republic, which are founded primarily by Dutch settlers. Their first attempt failed following a decisive military victory by Boer resistance leader Paul Kruger. Kruger would later be elected president of the Transvaal and negotiated a peace deal with the British. Although Kruger managed to establish independence for the Boer republics, it would be short-lived. Vast discoveries of gold and diamonds had been made throughout South Africa, which enticed many foreigners called outlanders to travel to this land. It would also entice the Rothschild-controlled British military to return several years later, which would eventually result in the Second Boer War. The war was primarily engineered by Rothschild agent Lord Alfred Milner, who in 1897 had ascended to the position of High Commissioner for Southern Africa and Governor of Cape Colony in the British imperial hierarchy. Milner would be responsible for the creation of the Milner Roundtable Group, which received partial funding from the Rothschild family. The group was founded by Milner and many of his close associates to act as an authority on British imperial interest. Most historians consider the group's official founding to have taken place in 1909, but others believe its origins can be traced back even earlier to the 1880s, a topic of which we will explore later. The group would be the inspiration for the Roundtable Quarterly, a magazine that would serve as a propaganda mechanism actively promoting British imperialism. The Roundtable Group would become one of the precursors to the establishment of the Royal Institute of International Affairs and the Council on Foreign Relations, two groups that would actively promote the idea of global government. Milner would also be responsible for training a group of young men called Milner's Kindergarten. Many members of this group would become key figures in the British imperial hierarchy. One of these men, Lionel Curtis, would later become the principal founder of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, which exists today as the Chatham House. Although the British people as a whole desired peace, Milner saw war as desirable. Milner made the claim that Kruger was denying freedom to the Outlanders by denying them voting rights. This gave Milner the pretext to claim that any war would be used to secure freedom for British subjects residing in these lands. In the peace conference prior to the war, Milner intentionally made demands of Kruger that he knew would not be accepted. These demands included giving foreigners voting rights and that all laws passed by the Transvaal Parliament must be approved by the British Parliament. Had Kruger agreed, the Transvaal would again be under the control of the British. Kruger would not agree to the terms, which finally gave Milner the right pretext to start the Second Boer War. In 1899, hundreds of thousands of British soldiers would do battle against the irregular forces of the Boers, which primarily consisted of farmers with rifles. Despite being outnumbered by an almost 10-to-1 margin, the Boers would fend off British attacks for 3 years before suffering defeat. As diabolical as Milner's actions were, he also believed that the British were a superior race and employed a policy of genocide against the Boers. Boers who attempted to surrender were executed. In addition, the use of concentration camps would be introduced to the modern world in this conflict. Under Milner's direction, anyone including women and children who were thought to be sympathetic to the Boers were taken to these camps where thousands would die. The concentration camp concept would later be used by the Nazis in World War II Germany and in Russia following the Bolshevik Revolution. By 1902, the Second Boer War was over, and Milner would oversee the full annexation of the Boer republics into the British Empire. Another instrumental figure in the British pillaging of South Africa was Cecil Rhodes, another Rothschild agent, who would attempt to annex the Boer republics prior to Milner's engineered war. Rhodes was an Oxford-educated Freemason and staunch supporter of British imperialism. Rhodes was one of the founders of the De Beers Mining Company, which received funding from both the London Rothschild banking branch of N.M. Rothschild and Sons and the French Rothschild banking branch of de Rothschild Ferris. The funding allowed Rhodes to become rich off of the South African diamond trade. Prior to the outbreak of the Second Boer War, Rhodes would use his wealth to enter public life, becoming a member of the Cape Parliament and eventually Prime Minister of the Cape Colony. Rhodes would implement laws favorable to mine and industry owners, and even had black people removed from their native lands. In 1895, Rhodes would attempt to overthrow the Transvaal government through what would become known as the Jameson Raid. Rhodes had hoped the raid would rally the Outlanders to overthrow Kruger's government, but it ended in failure. The scandal forced him to resign as Prime Minister, and nearly resulted in the execution of his brother, who had been captured in the attempted raid. Despite the setback, Rhodes was such an influential figure that the entire area now known today as Zimbabwe was at one time named Rhodesia in his honor. Rhodes shared Milner's ideology that the British were a superior race. In his first will, Rhodes stated that he wanted to create a secret society that would bring the whole world under British rule. Although not explicitly mentioned in his last will and testament, he would leave his entire fortune to the Rhodes Trust, which would be used to help continue the Rothschild agenda. Following his death in 1902, the Rhodes estate would be administered by Leopold de Rothschild, the third son of Lionel de Rothschild, who had entered the family business working at N.M. Rothschild and Sons. It may seem strange that a Rothschild would be responsible for administrating his trust, but Rhodes had never married and was even believed by some historians to be a closet homosexual. Through Rothschild's administration, the Rhodes Scholarship was created to serve as a recruiting mechanism to find young men who would serve the agenda of the Rothschilds by providing them with a free education through Oxford. Carroll Quigley, in his book Tragedy and Hope, states that Rhodes' proposed secret society, known as the Society of the Elect, not only became a reality, but was tied directly in with the Milner Roundtable Group. Rhodes had envisioned a secret society, modeled after the Jesuits, in which he would serve as the general of the society, with an executive committee called the Junta of Three, and an inner circle of members called the Circle of Initiates, comprising the highest levels of the society. The rest of the group would be known as the Association of Helpers. According to Quigley, the society's origins can be traced back to 1881, but the group itself was formally established in 1891, and that the Association of Helpers was organized by Milner as the Roundtable Group itself. The Rothschilds also directed their energies toward overthrowing the Romanov family, who had ruled over Russia since the 1600s. The Russian Tsars, which ruled during the 1800s, refused to allow the creation of a privately run central bank in Russia. With this in mind, it is interesting to note that most of the Tsars that reigned during this time would either be assassinated or die suspiciously. Alexander I and Nicholas I both died prematurely and were believed to have been poisoned. Alexander II, who threw his full support behind Abraham Lincoln and the Union during the American Civil War and eliminated slavery in Russia, would fall victim to an assassination attempt in 1881. It was widely believed that the assassination, which had been carried out by an organization known as the People's Will, had actually been the result of a Jewish-led conspiracy that linked straight back to the Rothschild family. In 1882, the new Tsar Alexander III would implement anti-Jewish regulations called the May Laws as retribution for his father's death. Restrictions were placed on what occupations Jews could obtain, on what land Jews were allowed to live on, and even quotas were placed on the number of Jews that were allowed to attend schools and universities. During his reign, Alexander III would survive a train crash and be the subject of an assassination plot by the same organization that killed his father. The plot would ultimately fail, and the conspirators were sentenced to death. One of the conspirators was Alexander Ulyanov, the brother to Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, a man who would later be known as Vladimir Lenin. Lenin would later play a key role in the Bolshevik Revolution and the final overthrow of the Romanov family. Following Alexander III's death in 1894, his son Nicholas II would succeed him as the final Romanov to rule as Russian Tsar. In 1904, the firm of Kuhn-Loeb Company, led by Rothschild agent Jacob Schiff, would loan a vast sum of money to Japan as part of an effort to fund a war against Russia. The war began when the Japanese initiated a surprise attack against the Russian fleet in Port Arthur without a formal declaration of war. During this time frame, Nicholas II's administration would arrange the publication of anti-Jewish material accusing the Jews of being a fifth column in the conflict. This was actually not far from the truth, considering the large sums of money that Schiff was providing to the Japanese, which funded their war effort. The Russians would suffer from various logistical problems during the war, as the transport of supplies and troops over the one-way 6,000-mile Trans-Siberian Railway proved difficult. This eventually led to the fall of Port Arthur to the Japanese, and by mid-1905, Nicholas II accepted mediation from the U.S., which resulted in peace talks, and eventually the Treaty of Portsmouth, which officially ended the conflict. U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt would eventually earn a Nobel Peace Prize for his mediation efforts. Moving back to the U.S., the Rothschilds and their banking associates were set to make a final move to take over the nation's monetary system through a new privately run central bank. By the early 1900s, powerful corporations such as the Rockefellers, Standard Oil Trust, and others had dominated industry. Had it not been for the engineered scarcity of money in the latter part of the 19th century, these powerful corporations would likely not have emerged. President Theodore Roosevelt was thought to have dissolved these trusts via the Sherman Antitrust Act, but that wasn't actually the case. The powerful money trust of bankers was never broken up and would have their power consolidated further following the Panic of 1907. The Standard Oil Trust, which was divided into several corporations by Roosevelt, was actually all still controlled by Rockefeller. It was all a sham designed to make the people believe that the government had dissolved these powerful institutions, when in fact they had done very little to achieve this goal. Jacob Schiff would even state in the early part of 1907 that a major financial crisis would occur if the U.S. did not establish a central bank. The man at the center of the Panic of 1907 would be none other than J.P. Morgan, a Rothschild agent who is now the most powerful banker in the United States. After helping the U.S. government replenish the Treasury supply of gold following the Panic of 1893, he would become a principal figure in many business deals, including the mergers that resulted in the formation of General Electric, as well as the U.S. Steel Corporation through a business deal with Andrew Carnegie. He would even fund the work of famed scientist Nikola Tesla, but would cut off funds after discovering that Tesla's work would potentially give people a free, unlimited source of energy. Free energy, although great for the benefit of mankind, would not be profitable for a man like Morgan that created money out of nothing. Most school textbooks state that Morgan was the hero of the Panic of 1907 and saved the country from financial disaster by providing banks with enough capital to stave off a complete economic collapse. In actuality, Morgan and his Wall Street friends engineered the event to consolidate wealth and push competitors out of business. The collapse was caused by banks excessively loaning money to stock market speculators. Following a failed attempt in October of 1907 to corner the stock of the United Copper Company, the banks that had loaned money to facilitate the scheme would be overwhelmed by depositors demanding their money as rumors abounded on Wall Street. This would lead to the eventual collapse of the Knickerbocker Trust Company, one of the largest trusts in New York City. People soon became fearful that the banking system was not solvent, resulting in a large number of bank runs across the country and a crash in the general stock market. Many banks would not survive the crisis. Morgan combined with George F. Baker, the president of First National Bank, James Stillman of the Rothschild-owned National City Bank of New York, and the U.S. Secretary of Treasury George B. Cortelyou determined which institutions would go bankrupt and which ones they would prop up through loans. The loans were based off of the fractional reserve banking concept and was money that Morgan and his associates created out of nothing. The men decided to prop up Trust Company of America after an audit indicated that it was financially sound, but refused to bail out Knickerbocker. John D. Rockefeller would deposit $10 million in National City Bank, and Cortelyou would deposit millions into several New York banks with funds from the U.S. Treasury. Still, the banks would not make short-term loans that were used to facilitate daily stock trades, which resulted in a continuing slide in the stock market. Morgan would eventually convince other New York City banks to pledge millions of dollars to prop up the stock market. Morgan would also successfully absorb the Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Railroad Company into the U.S. Steel Corporation in order to bail out a large brokerage firm which had borrowed heavily using Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Railroad Company stock as collateral. Even though the acquisition would violate Roosevelt's supposed stance on trust and monopolies, the merger was approved, considering the potential for a severe market collapse if it was not. A total collapse was averted, and many hailed J.P. Morgan as a hero, including Nathan Mayer Rothschild II. Not everybody hailed Morgan as a hero. Representative Charles A. Lindbergh was one of the most vocal critics of the money trust during this time. He had the following to say about the causes of the Panic of 1907. The criticism of Morgan and the powerful banking elite spawned congressional investigations into the inner workings of the money trust and corporations associated with it. The Stanley Committee, which investigated the affairs of the U.S. Steel Corporation following the Panic of 1907, actually called the crisis artificial and designed for the benefit of the company itself. In addition, the Pujo Committee was formed to investigate Wall Street and the powerful money trust that had emerged following the Panic of 1907. Morgan and other powerful bankers would be called to testify in front of the committee. For Morgan, the appearances in front of the committee were stressful, and his associates would blame his death, which occurred shortly after, on the stress he faced by testifying. The committee would finally issue a majority report, stating that the money trust was abusing their power to consolidate control over industry. Unfortunately, the damaging report was not used to truly resolve the problem. Instead, it would later be used to sell the public on the phony solution of a new central bank. Shortly after the Panic of 1907, there was an immediate push to set up a central bank. Senator Nelson Aldrich from Rhode Island would play an instrumental role in this push. Aldrich was a powerful senator who had numerous connections to Wall Street moguls and big business. His daughter Abby Aldrich would eventually end up marrying oil tycoon John D. Rockefeller Jr. John D. Rockefeller Jr. and Abby Aldrich would have 5 sons, including future Vice President Nelson Rockefeller and future Council on Foreign Relations head and chairman of Chase National Bank, David Rockefeller. In 1908, Aldrich helped gain passage of the Aldrich-Vreeland Act that was signed into law by President Teddy Roosevelt. This legislation in part authorized the formation of the National Monetary Commission to examine the central banking systems of Europe and issue a report on the findings. Aldrich himself would head the commission and spend nearly 2 years using taxpayer money, traveling Europe, consulting with the continent's central bankers, all on the taxpayer's dime. The reports from the commission would eventually become the basis for the creation of the Federal Reserve a few years later. Following Aldrich's return from Europe, a 10-day secret meeting in 1910, faked as a hunting trip, was arranged at Jekyll Island, a remote location off the coast of Georgia, between Aldrich and some of the most powerful banking interests in the country. The meeting was so secret that members were instructed to only address other members by their first names, so that servants would not learn of their true identities. Later, members of this group would be referred to as the First Name Club. The purpose of the meeting was to determine how to go about setting up a central bank in the United States, and more importantly, how it should be sold to the American people. The meeting itself was a conspiracy of powerful business interests that sought domination over the nation's financial system. One of the primary conspirators was a man by the name of Paul Warburg. Warburg had previously worked with his brother-in-law, Jacob Schiff at Kuhn Loeb Company, who, as we have shown, was a key Rothschild agent that helped to fund the railroad empire of E.H. Harriman. Schiff and Warburg, like J.P. Morgan, were all agents for the Rothschild family. Warburg would play a key role at Jekyll Island in helping to formulate the plan for a new central bank. Other conspirators included representatives of J.P. Morgan, including Henry P. Davison, senior partner of the J.P. Morgan Company, Benjamin Strong, a top lieutenant of J.P. Morgan, and Frank Vanderlip, the president of the powerful National City Bank and former assistant treasury secretary in the McKinley administration. The American people historically did not trust the banking system, and were especially wary of it following the Panic of 1907. Legislation for a central bank would be rejected unless it was sold in a deceptive manner. As a result, it was decided at Jekyll Island that they would avoid using the term bank and instead call it the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve System would be much like the old Second Bank of the United States. The bank would be privately owned, and it would control the credit of the entire nation. The only major difference is that it would not be called a bank. The conspirators believed that the name could be used to deceive the American people to think that it was not a central bank. The plan also called for a system of 12 regional banks whose actions would be coordinated by a national board of bankers to give people the illusion that it was a decentralized system. Shortly after the meeting, the plan devised at Jekyll Island would be introduced to the public. Called the Aldrich Plan, it was sold to the American people as a plan to stabilize the monetary system. The bankers would spend millions financing an educational campaign about the bill through a phony Wall Street funded group called the National Citizens League. The plan was sold to the American people as the end result of the National Monetary Commission but in actuality was the plan that Aldrich, Warburg, and the other first-name club members decided upon at Jekyll Island. The Aldrich plan was pushed heavily by the Republican Party as a key part of their platform. The plan immediately came under attack by opponents such as Representative Charles A. Lindbergh, who charged that the Aldrich plan would make the money trust even more powerful. Opposition to the Aldrich plan was fierce, and the bill would not be passed. In 1912, Republican President William Taft was a popular president and seemed to be a shoo-in for re-election. His Democrat opponent would be Woodrow Wilson, the sitting governor of New Jersey and a former president of Princeton University. Taft's re-election bid would be railroaded when former Republican President Theodore Roosevelt ran as a third-party candidate under the Bull Moose Party. All three presidential campaigns were funded by powerful bankers, but the deck was stacked in favor of Wilson. The bankers knew that by financing Roosevelt's presidential campaign, that it would split the Republican Party and elect the Democrat Wilson. They also believed that it would be easier to pass a bill authorizing a central bank as a Democrat-led initiative instead of a Republican-led initiative, considering the opposition of the Aldrich bill. Wilson even made the campaign promise that he would not authorize a central bank if elected. Wilson would even gain the support of William Jennings Bryan, who was still a powerful figure in the Democrat Party, along with his populist supporters. With Roosevelt splitting the Republican Party vote, Wilson would be easily elected president. In 1913, Wilson would take office. Like the Republicans, the Democrats also had a monetary reform bill. The bill would eventually be called the Glass-Owen Act, or the Federal Reserve Act, and fulfilled all the major points of the Aldrich plan. Despite the similarities, it was publicly sold as a radically different alternative to the Aldrich plan. Aldrich himself would even publicly attack the Federal Reserve Act to create the illusion that he was against it while it was being debated upon. After months of debate, the House version of the Federal Reserve Act, called the Glass Bill, was passed 287 to 85 on September 19, 1913. On December 19, 1913, the Senate passed their version of the bill 54 to 34. There were still many differences that needed to be settled upon before a conference bill would be ready for consideration. With the annual Christmas recess, many senators and representatives had already left Washington, given the assurance that this matter would not be brought up until the next year. In one day, however, all disputes were resolved and quickly brought to a vote. On December 22, 1913, both the House and the Senate would pass the Glass-Owen Act, or the Federal Reserve Act, with many members absent. Despite having originally promised not to approve a new central bank, Wilson would immediately sign the bill into law. After all, Wilson was put into power by the same people who were behind both the Aldrich Bill and the Federal Reserve Act. He was also closely advised by Colonel Edward Mendell House, a man who, as we'll see later, was not only in favor of a new central bank, but also advocated the implementation of global government. Throughout this process, Congressman Charles A. Lindbergh was one of the most vocal members of Congress speaking out against this bill. Prior to the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, Lindbergh said the following: In addition, the Federal Reserve Act is a clear violation of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution states, "Nowhere in the Constitution does it give Congress the power to relinquish these powers to a privately run central bank. In fact, previous central banks, like the First Bank of the United States and the Second Bank of the United States, were also unconstitutional." Essentially, the Federal Reserve Act gave the banking elite the authority to enslave the American people into a centrally controlled system of debt. Through the Federal Reserve Act, a privately run central bank was given the authority to create money out of nothing and lend this money that was created out of nothing to the government in exchange for bonds or debt. With this authority, as well as other monetary tools at their disposal, the Federal Reserve can literally create economic booms and busts by manipulating the supply of money. In order to increase the supply of money, the Federal Reserve simply buys government debt. In order to decrease the supply of money, the Federal Reserve reverses the process and sells government debt. The process of buying and selling government debt would be formalized years later in the 1930s with the implementation of the Federal Open Market Committee. This committee was placed in charge of the Federal Reserve's open market operations and to this day plays an instrumental role in various aspects of U.S. monetary policy. The Federal Reserve Act also required all nationally chartered banks to become member banks of the Federal Reserve System, which put them under the control of Fed policies. Based upon these policies, Federal Reserve member banks could also create money out of nothing based upon the amount of money they have in reserves and loan that money at interest. The reserve requirement for member banks is set by the Fed itself. Historically, the typical reserve requirement for a Federal Reserve member bank has been set at 10%. For example, let's assume a bank has $100 in total deposits. The bank is allowed to use $90 as the basis for new loans, with the remaining $10 used to satisfy the 10% reserve requirement. One would assume that the bank would use the $90 deposit for the loan, but that isn't the case. Instead, the bank creates $90 out of nothing on top of the $100 in deposits, so long as there is a demand for new loans. As we'll cover in more detail later, the process of money creation is the primary reason as to why money has been vastly devalued since the inception of the Federal Reserve. Nonetheless, this is why banks want people to deposit money at their bank, because it directly correlates to the amount of money that they can create out of nothing and loan to other people at interest. The more money a bank has on the books, the more money they can lend. The Federal Reserve also has the authority to set what is known as the discount rate, which is the rate in which eligible institutions can loan money from the Fed itself in order to satisfy their mandated reserve requirement. Using open market operations, discount window lending, and reserve requirements, the Federal Reserve can influence the Fed funds rate, which is the interest rate that member banks borrow money from other member banks. The Federal Open Market Committee typically sets a target for the Fed funds rate and uses the aforementioned policy tools to achieve the targeted rate. Much like the Fed's open market operations, they can manipulate the value of money by changing interest rates. By reducing interest rates, the money supply is increased because it becomes cheaper to borrow money. By increasing interest rates, the price to borrow money is increased, which means less borrowing will take place and the amount of money in circulation is decreased. Using these tools, the Federal Reserve can manipulate the supply of money, which allows them to create artificial economic booms and bust. The propagandists in the corporate media call this phenomenon the business cycle, despite the fact that these economic ups and downs are all primarily engineered by the Federal Reserve's monetary policy. In addition to the implementation of the Federal Reserve, the bankers also sought a way to change the Constitution to allow for a tax on an individual's labor. The bankers knew that a central bank would not work nearly as well unless their loans were backed by additional taxation. By 1913, the 16th Amendment, providing the U.S. government the authority to levy an income tax, was ratified by the necessary 3/4 of states. Some have claimed that the 16th Amendment was not actually ratified by the appropriate number of states and is null and void, but that has not prevented its implementation. The U.S. government to this day claims that the 16th Amendment legalized direct taxation on an individual's labor. this claim is false and contradicts numerous Supreme Court rulings. Simply put, the income tax system as it is interpreted today is a complete fraud. Let's first look at the 16th Amendment itself. Even with the 16th Amendment, the Constitution allows the government to levy only two types of taxes, which are direct and indirect taxes. Direct taxes are mandatory, unavoidable taxes that must be apportioned or divided equally among the people. Indirect taxes are taxes that can be avoided, like a tax on tobacco or gasoline. Indirect taxes must be uniform or the same throughout all the states. The 16th Amendment did not make an individual's labor a taxable activity, and this is why. First, the definition of income was defined by the Supreme Court in the 1920 Eisner v. McCumber case. In other words, income is defined as gains or profits from business activity and not something that is derived from an individual's labor. Second, in the 1915 Coppedge v. Kansas case, the Supreme Court states in its ruling that personal employment is an exchange, not an activity that results in any sort of gain or profit. Finally, the 1916 Stanton v. Baltic mining case clearly states that the 16th Amendment gave the government no new powers of taxation by referencing the Bruce Arbor v. Union Pacific Railroad Company case in its ruling. Since the government didn't have the power to tax an individual's labor prior to the 16th Amendment, they didn't have it after the fact either. These and other Supreme Court rulings clearly state that the direct taxation of an individual's labor is not lawful because income is defined as a corporate gain and not an exchange. Even the collection of the federal income tax can be considered a violation of the Fifth Amendment, which protects people from self-incrimination. By filling out a 1040 form and submitting it to the IRS, people are required to provide information to the government that can later be used against them in a court of law. Despite all of this, the U.S. government has consistently used the threat of force and imprisonment to collect what is an unlawful tax on the American people's labor up until this day. With the United States now firmly under the control of a privately run central bank once again, the bankers sought to consolidate their wealth and power to the greatest extent possible. As we have documented, the Rothschild family had managed to dominate Europe's financial system, starting in the early 19th century, largely through unethical variations of war profiteering. The Rothschilds and their business associates knew that one of the most successful formulas for generating government debt is war. With their privately run central banks now dominating national governments, they knew that a large war between nations would generate large government debts, allowing them to consolidate their control further. World War I began in 1914, following the June 28, 1914 assassination of Archduke Ferdinand of Austria, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, by a Bosnian Serb. Austria-Hungary's demands for revenge against the Kingdom of Serbia led to two major alliances. On one side was the United Kingdom, France, and Russia. On the other side was Germany and Austria-Hungary. Powerful banking interests throughout the US and Europe would fund both sides in the war. The only nation that wasn't funded by the bankers was Russia. Russia was the last major nation that was not controlled by a privately run central bank, and this was not acceptable to the Rothschild family. Jacob Schiff and other powerful bankers who had previously helped fund the Japanese war effort against the Russians back in 1904 would also help fund the Bolshevik Revolution, which resulted in the overthrow of Nicholas II and the rise of communism. Immediately following the October Revolution in 1917, the State Bank of Russia was abolished and replaced by a new national central bank. Vladimir Lenin, whose revolution was backed by powerful European financiers, would now be in control of Russia. Even future president and head of the U.S. Food Administration in the Wilson administration, Herbert Hoover, would assist the Bolshevik regime when it faced a popular uprising. Hoover organized an expansive program to provide food to the Bolshevik government throughout the early 1920s via the American Relief Administration. The food supplies saved the faltering Bolshevik government, which would later enable Joseph Stalin to engage in a campaign of mass murder against landowners and businessmen. Later in life, Hoover would adopt a reputation for being a staunch anti-communist, despite the fact that his actions aided the communist regime of the Bolsheviks when they were in danger of losing power. Back in the United States, Wilson retained a position of neutrality during World War I, but this policy would change after a series of events following the controversial sinking of the passenger ship, the Lusitania, by a German U-boat. Wilson's advisor, Colonel Edward Mendell House, who had previously encouraged him to sign the Federal Reserve Act, also encouraged Wilson to enter the war by falsely claiming that it was a great struggle between democracy and autocracy. There is little doubt that House had a tremendous amount of influence, not only within the Wilson administration, but in the larger game of geopolitics throughout the early part of the 20th century. In 1912, he actually authored a book entitled Philip Drew Administrator, in which the main character Drew becomes dictator of the United States and implements a series of reforms that would actually mirror future real-life events that would take place during the Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Delano Roosevelt presidencies. In the book, the main character Drew implements socialism on a grand scale by abolishing protective tariffs, setting up a social security system, unemployment insurance, a graduated income tax, and a flexible currency system. When this book was originally written, it was believed by many to be a work of fiction, but in reality the book represented a blueprint for the future of the United States government, indicating clearly that House was a man with powerful connections. In 1917, it was claimed by the British that they had broken the German diplomatic code and revealed an intercepted proposal from Berlin to Mexico called the Zimmermann Telegram. The telegram proposed that Mexico should join the war as Germany's ally against the U.S. should the U.S. finally enter the war. In return, the Germans promised Mexico support in reclaiming Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Wilson, who was just re-elected on the promise that he would keep the country out of the war, released the telegram as part of a propaganda effort to help sell the American people on the idea of entering World War I. On April 6, 1917, the U.S. would declare war on Germany. The U.S. drafted millions of men into service, and after 2 more years of continued bloodshed, the war would finally come to an end. The Treaty of Versailles would be signed by Germany on June 29, 1919, at the Paris Peace Conference, which effectively ended the war. Millions would die in World War I. The entire continent of Europe was plunged into the horrors of trench warfare. The outdated military tactics of the 19th century, combined with new technology of war, including tanks and aircraft, caused an untold amount of deaths. Chemical weapons would also be used in the conflict, including the use of mustard gas and chlorine. In fact, so many men were killed or wounded in the war that this generation of men became known as the Lost Generation. The Wilson administration had anticipated Germany's defeat in advance. Colonel House, Paul Warburg, and a team of other influential scholars and businessmen, called the Inquiry, would meet in the Harold Pratt House, a building in New York City, owned by Standard Oil executive Harold I. Pratt, between 1917 and 1918. The Inquiry would be responsible for helping craft what would eventually be Wilson's 14 points that formed the basis of the Treaty of Versailles agreed upon at the Paris Peace Conference. Shortly after the Paris Peace Conference, many members of the inquiry, combined with powerful corporate interest, would become the group known as the Council on Foreign Relations in the early 1920s. Additionally, the British counterpart to the Council on Foreign Relations, called the Royal Institute of International Affairs, which has since been renamed the Chatham House, would be officially established around the same time by Lionel Curtis, a member of the Milner Roundtable Group. Both organizations were funded primarily by bankers and powerful business interests and would gain enormous influence over the political systems in each country. Early members of the Council on Foreign Relations would include associates of J.P. Morgan and Company, Kuhn Loeb Company, Standard Oil, and other interests that had been responsible for the implementation of the Federal Reserve. The Council on Foreign Relations, since its inception, has endorsed policies that directly support these powerful business interests. In fact, even today, there are many powerful politicians in both the Republican and Democrat parties who are either members or have close associations with this group. Essentially, many of the same people behind what would become the Council on Foreign Relations were responsible for Wilson's proposals in the Treaty of Versailles. Included in the Treaty of Versailles was the proposal for a League of Nations, which members of the inquiry hoped would become the foundational basis for global government. Colonel House and others would enthusiastically promote it as a global peacekeeping body that would prevent anything like World War I from ever happening again. Never mind the fact that House and many others who promoted the League of Nations were the ones responsible for engineering and funding World War I to begin with. Although the war generated a massive amount of debt, the proposal for a League of Nations was not widely accepted. Much to the dismay of Warburg, House, and other powerful figures, Wilson's proposal for the League was rejected in Congress, and many nations identified it as a power grab that would usurp national sovereignty. With no support from the United States, the League of Nations was seen as weak. The bankers were disappointed because, having gained control over national economies through the installation of national central banks, they now sought to expand their power with new international systems of control. Despite this, the League of Nations was not a complete failure for the bankers, as the origins of current institutions under the United Nations, such as UNESCO, the International Court of Justice, and the World Health Organization, were crafted during the time of this institution. Following World War I, the United States experienced a great deal of economic prosperity. Europe had been ravaged by the war, which resulted in large quantities of gold and wealth flowing into the country. The Federal Reserve had also maintained low interest rates throughout World War I, which spawned an increase in loan activity. On top of this, the Federal Farm Loan Board was set up, encouraging farmers to invest their money in long-term land mortgages. Farmers who had greatly prospered in the post-World War I economy were even paying off existing loans and taking out new loans to purchase more land. This prosperity was not favorable to the bankers, and after years of maintaining a policy of low interest rates, the Federal Reserve would in 1920 drastically raise interest rates on agriculture and livestock paper, spawning a contraction in credit. This contraction was targeted specifically at farmers and workers, which created the agricultural depression of the early 1920s. Not only did this policy create a sudden rise in unemployment and be the ruin of many farmers, but the contraction also served to break some of the state banks, which declined to become member banks of the Federal Reserve. Here is what Senator Robert Owen, one of the chief sponsors of the Federal Reserve Act, had to say about the agricultural depression in the early 1920s. And here's what William Jennings Bryan, the former presidential candidate, had to say about the situation. Despite the agricultural depression, the United States would still experience great economic prosperity throughout the 1920s. This period of time would become known as the Roaring Twenties. This was aided by now President Warren Harding's protective tariff policies, as well as a continued expansion of credit by the Federal Reserve. The U.S. government would even manage to pay off a sizable percentage of its debt during this time. With economic prosperity, political opposition and criticism of the money trust and the Federal Reserve began to disappear. Additionally, the bankers, through their centralized power, had quietly managed to buy controlling interest in many of the nation's important newspapers and magazines, which also helped to silence any dissent. But the economic boom of the 1920s was merely a way to set up another crash to consolidate even more wealth in the hands of the bankers. The bankers also needed a way to move all the gold that found its way into the United States following World War I back over to Europe, and an engineer crisis fit the bill. After all, most nations up to this point were still operating on a gold standard. Bank of England's governor, Sir Montague Norman, sought to restore the power and prestige the bank had lost during World War I. Meetings between Norman, the governor of the New York Federal Reserve, Benjamin Strong, and other bankers would take place throughout the 1920s. It was finally decided in 1929 that both the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve would abandon the easy monetary policies of the past several years and raise interest rates. By raising interest rates, this would squeeze the amount of credit available and set the conditions ripe for a crash. On October 24, 1929, the bankers called in their 24-hour broker loans, which meant that many stockholders had to dump their stocks to cover. The massive selling resulted in a severe stock market crash, resulting in this day being referred to forevermore as Black Thursday. The crash would continue in the days to come, culminating the following Tuesday, on October 29, 1929, in which roughly 16 million shares traded hands. The amount of shares traded that day easily set a new record and would not be broken until 1968. This event would signal the start of the Great Depression. The Federal Reserve would continue its policy of contraction throughout the early 1930s, which made the financial conditions even worse. Unemployment soared, tent cities became commonplace, money was scarce, and bank runs were rampant. Even though the Federal Reserve and the cabal of international bankers engineered the crisis, President Herbert Hoover was made out to be the scapegoat. Hoover remained silent during the crisis, but in his memoirs he would point out the Federal Reserve's inflationary policies as one of the causes that led to the rampant stock market speculation and the eventual crash. Although the average American was wiped out in the stock market crash of 1929, others would benefit greatly. Powerful insiders such as Bernard Baruch, the head of Woodrow Wilson's War Industries Board during World War I, the Rockefeller family, Joe Kennedy, and others would come out of the stock market crash unscathed. In 1932, Hoover would lose re-election to Freemason and Governor of New York Franklin Delano Roosevelt. To get elected, FDR ran a campaign placing blame on the international bankers for the crisis. Here is what he said during his 1933 inaugural address.
And yet our distress comes from no failure of substance. We are stricken by no plague of locusts. Compared with the perils which our forefathers conquered, because they believed and were not afraid, we have still much to be thankful for. Nature still offers her bounty, and human efforts have multiplied it. Plenty is at our doorstep, but a generous use of it languishes in the very sight of the supply. Primarily, this is because the rulers of the exchange of mankind's good have failed through their own stubbornness and their own incompetence, have admitted their failure and have abdicated. Practices of the unscrupulous money changers stand indicted in the court of public opinion, rejected by the hearts and minds of men. True, they have tried, but their efforts have been cast in the pattern of an outworn tradition. Faced by failure of credit, they have proposed only the lending of more money. Stripped of the lure of profit by which to induce our people to follow their false leadership, they have resorted to exhortations, pleading tearfully for restored confidence. They only know the rules of a generation of self-seekers. They have no vision, and when there is no vision, the people perish. Yes, the money changers have fled from their high seats in the temple of our civilization. We may now restore that temple to the ancient truths.
But this was all a front. FDR, throughout his presidency, would do the bidding of the international bankers. FDR was supported by Colonel Edward Mendell House, who, as we have documented previously, played an incredibly influential role during the Woodrow Wilson administration, helping to ensure the passage of the Federal Reserve Act. Following his inaugural address, FDR would sign Executive Order 6102 on April 5, 1933, which required the American people to turn in all gold coins, gold bullion, and gold certificates to the Federal Reserve prior to May 1, 1933. The only exceptions would be rare coins with collectible value, along with gold coins and gold certificates not exceeding the aggregate total of $100. Penalties for noncompliance included a $10,000 fine, 10 years in prison, or both. For each ounce of gold turned into the Federal Reserve, a sum of approximately $20 in paper notes would be paid out in exchange. The order was nothing more than a confiscation and made it illegal for the American people to own any sizable amount of gold. The order effectively would end the gold standard in domestic U.S. territories. Roosevelt would make the absurd claim that the country needed to pool its financial resources to end the Depression as the rationale for the order. This is despite the fact that the Federal Reserve and the international bankers were behind the entire Depression. FDR would even demonize people who owned sizable amounts of gold by calling them hoarders. This in of itself was absurd because gold over the centuries has represented a store of value, whereas paper notes store zero value. Who could blame the people for wanting to hold on to their hard-earned gold? In one of his speeches, Roosevelt would even admit that there was not enough gold backing the money in circulation. This is because the banks, through the Federal Reserve's fractional reserve banking system, had created more money that could be redeemed for gold. This was a flaw of the banking system itself, not the result of individuals holding on to quantities of gold. The order was incredibly unpopular, but it is estimated that Roosevelt managed to confiscate approximately half of the American people's gold through the threat of fines and imprisonment. Following the confiscation, Roosevelt in 1934 would raise the price of the Treasury's gold for international transactions to $35 via the Gold Reserve Act of 1934. This allowed foreigners with inside knowledge who had purchased gold in advance of the stock market crash in 1929 to generate tremendous profits by reselling their gold at nearly double its original value. Roosevelt would also order the creation of the Fort Knox Bullion Depository to store all of the stolen gold. The depository would be completed in 1936, with the first shipments of gold arriving in 1937. Roosevelt had effectively stolen a large portion of the American people's gold in what could easily be considered one of the biggest swindles of the 20th century. In addition to the theft of the American people's gold, the Great Depression would be used as an excuse to vastly expand the size of government through Roosevelt's New Deal. The New Deal would establish institutions such as the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the Social Security Board, later renamed to the Social Security Administration, the Securities Exchange Commission, Fannie Mae, and other government-run agencies. While Roosevelt was bringing in big government socialism, the Federal Reserve slowly began increasing the supply of credit. This was after aggressive interest rate hikes in the early 1930s during the Hoover administration that devastated the economy. The bankers wanted people to believe that Roosevelt's programs were the reason behind the subtle economic improvements, but many still directed their hatred towards the bankers. In fact, during the early to mid-1930s, the banks were so hated by Americans that bank robbers like John Dillinger, Bonnie Parker, and Clyde Barrow, otherwise known as Bonnie and Clyde, were considered by many to be modern-day heroes, drawing comparisons to Robin Hood. From 1933 to 1937, unemployment would decline steadily, but would rise again following tax increases by FDR. Unemployment would remain high throughout the remainder of the decade until the start of World War II. But while the United States and many other nations were in economic turmoil during this entire decade, Germany was being transformed into a center of economic and military power. After World War I, Germany was the country held primarily responsible for the damages suffered by the Allies during the war. The war reparations Germany was forced to pay represented an enormous sum of money and was considered to be such a large burden that many economists believe it to be one of the causes that contributed to the eventual hyperinflation that ravaged Germany's post-war economy during the 1920s. Inflation was so bad that some people found it more cost-effective to actually burn bundles of paper money than to use it to buy firewood. War reparations, which were largely blamed for Germany's economic problems, angered the German people, allowing the National Socialist Party, or the Nazi Party, to slowly gain an increasing amount of political support. When the Great Depression hit Germany in 1930, it would set the stage for the Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler, to eventually gain power in 1933. Shortly after, Hitler would quickly rebuild Germany's military and become a powerful force on the European continent. But how did the country that was only recently ravaged by World War I, forced to pay large sums of war reparations and experience a hyperinflationary economic collapse, rise to become a dominant military force in such a short period of time? In order to answer this question, we must first look at the Bank for International Settlements, an international banking institution that was formed in 1930 with headquarters in Basel, Switzerland. Originally, the bank was formed to facilitate German war reparations payments, but would also begin serving the role of settling transactions between central banks. The bank was formed by Bank of England Governor Sir Montague Norman and Helmar Schacht, who would later become Hitler's finance minister. Key positions would also be held by members of the Nazi Party. The bank would be used by Schacht to attract investments in the German economy. Investors from the US, the UK, and other World War I allied countries would funnel money through the bank, which would eventually end up funding Hitler's war machine. It would also be used by the Germans during the war to seize wealth from nations they ended up conquering. American automobile companies such as Ford Motors and General Motors would actually use their German manufacturing plants to aid Hitler's war machine. Both Ford and GM controlled a large portion of the German car market prior to World War II, and would revamp their plants to become suppliers of war material to the German military. Hitler was an admirer of Henry Ford, the founder and head of Ford Motors, and Ford himself would receive the nation's highest decoration for foreigners, the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, in 1938. James Mooney, a senior executive for General Motors, would also receive a similar Medal of Honor for his service to the Third Reich. In fact, Germany's GM and Ford plants would rely upon slave labor in their production efforts throughout the war. According to an August 20, 1999 London Independent article, Ford was named as one of the firms using slave labor at the Auschwitz death camp in Poland. Both Ford and GM would also be the targets of lawsuits originating from their use of slave labor in their manufacturing plants during the war. In 1925, Max Warburg, the brother of Paul Warburg, who, as we documented earlier, was one of the key architects of the U.S. Federal Reserve System, would help organize a merger assembling I.G. Farben. Leading up to World War II, I.G. Farben, a chemical manufacturer, would become one of the largest companies in the world, rivaling other corporate giants like Standard Oil and U.S. Steel. I.G. Farben would cooperate closely with the Nazis, and like Ford and GM, would make use of slave labor to produce material for the German war effort. I.G. Farben, in conjunction with Rockefeller's Standard Oil, would finance and develop a process to produce synthetic gasoline that was vital to the Nazi war machine. Following World War II, many of the company's directors would receive prison time for their role in the war, although the role of Standard Oil would be largely ignored. Interestingly enough, Max Warburg, a Jew, was allowed to leave Germany in 1938 as Hitler began rounding up Jews, placing them in concentration camps. As documented in the book, IBM and the Holocaust by Edwin Black, International Business Machines, or IBM, led by its founder Thomas Watson, would supply its automation technology to Germany that would be used heavily throughout the Third Reich, including Hitler's concentration camp system. IBM's enabling technologies would even help determine if an individual would live or die within the German concentration camps. In our instance of American business interests playing a role in assisting the Nazi war machine can be seen with the Union Banking Corporation. The bank would actually have its assets seized by the U.S. government during World War II under the Trading with the Enemy Act due to its ties to Fritz Thyssen, a German industrialist who was a confirmed early supporter of Hitler. Prescott Bush, the father of future U.S. President George Herbert Walker Bush and grandfather to future U.S. President George W. Bush, was one of the bank's directors. E. Roland Harriman, the son of railroad baron E. H. Harriman, served as the bank chairman. Interestingly enough, Union Banking Corporation was only one of several Harriman business interests seized under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Essentially, the rise of the German military during the 1930s was primarily the result of foreign investments, and in particular, aid from Wall Street and other American business interests. Even the Japanese attacks on Pearl Harbor appeared to have been allowed to happen in order for FDR to have the excuse he needed to bring the U.S. into the war. Prior to the attacks, the U.S. would engage in a series of provocative acts against Japan. The U.S. actually applied economic sanctions by halting exports, which in effect severely limited their access to resources. The U.S. would also begin supplying arms to countries that were fighting against Japanese allied nations. Both of these actions could have been considered acts of war themselves. A top-secret memorandum written by Lieutenant Commander Arthur H. McCollum in 1940 of the Office of Naval Intelligence and declassified in 1994 contained plans to provoke the Japanese into war. Robert Stenn's book, Day of Deceit, The Truth About FDR and Pearl Harbor, accuses the FDR administration of having foreknowledge of the Pearl Harbor attack and not doing anything to prevent it. Not only does the book document the contents of the McCollum Memorandum, but it also details how FDR's administration would fail to provide Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, the Pearl Harbor commander, intelligence information that would have been vital to preparing the base for an attack. Kimmel himself, during subsequent Pearl Harbor inquiries, would testify that he was kept out of the loop on information that would have been vital to preparing the base for a Japanese attack. Only months after the surrender of Japan and the end of World War II, the United Nations Charter would be ratified, thus establishing a key component of global government. John D. Rockefeller Jr. would even donate land for the United Nations headquarters in New York City.
The United Nations General Assembly reaches its closing sessions at Flushing, Long Island. Russia's Foreign Minister Molotov is keenly concerned about the International Disarmament Resolution. Secretary of State Burns addresses the delegates on the subject, disclosing the number of American armed forces in foreign countries. The Assembly takes a long step toward world peace by approving the resolution and routing it to the Security Council. A permanent site for the United Nations World Capitol is also approved. From 42nd Street between 1st Avenue and the East River in New York, the future skyscraper headquarters will occupy 6 blocks, running north to 48th Street. This $8.5 million tract is the gift of John D. Rockefeller Jr. and solves a difficult problem for the UN. The city will add another $2 million in small tracts, rounding out the site. Many other sections were explored by the committee, and after a year's search, UN Secretary General Trygve calls for a deciding vote. The 18 acres in Midtown Manhattan are chosen by a vote of 46-7. The international organization's wanderings are over. Work of clearing the land for a magnificent world capital will start in a few months.
But even if the Allies were not victorious over the Axis powers, the result would have still been the same. The Nazis allied with Italy and Japan would have also sought to bring about global government. Hitler spoke in 1940 of forming a new order in Europe, ruled by the Third Reich, followed by future plans for German domination of Africa and the Americas. His plans for a new order would ultimately fail, following Operation Barbarossa, the failed German invasion of Russia in 1941. This military failure would mark the beginning of the end for Germany during World War II and end Hitler's dream of a new order. The only real difference between the two sides is that Hitler sought to implement global government through military conquest out in the open, whereas the Allied powers believed in a slower, more methodical approach to achieve the same goal. This would make sense considering the powers funding both sides of the war openly believed in the virtues of global government. With the defeat of the Axis powers in World War II, the main push towards global government would begin. Paul Warburg's son, James Paul Warburg, would follow in his father's footsteps, eventually becoming a powerful Wall Street banker, filling high-level positions at banks, including the International Acceptance Bank and the Bank of Manhattan. Warburg would become a financial advisor to FDR in the early to mid-1930s, and during World War II would become a special assistant to Wild Bill Donovan, who in 1941 was appointed the head of the Office of the Coordinator of Information. This new intelligence agency, created by Roosevelt, would be responsible for coordinating intelligence information between existing agencies, as well as American wartime propaganda operations. In 1942, the agency would be split up, with covert intelligence operations falling under the Office of Strategic Services, or the OSS, and propaganda operations falling under the Office of War Information. Warburg would become the Overseas Branch Deputy Director in the Office of War Information, while Donovan would head up the OSS, the precursor to the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. Warburg's ties to Donovan are intriguing, especially considering that his uncle, Max Warburg, was responsible for assembling IG Farben, which, as we documented previously, played a key role in supporting the Nazi war machine. Speaking at a 1950 Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing, Warburg would make the following statement. The 1944 Bretton Woods Conference would play a key role in post-World War II economic reconstruction. The conference spawned the Bretton Woods Agreement, which was responsible for creating the International Monetary Fund, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, an organization that would fall under the World Bank Group, and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which would eventually evolve into the World Trade Organization in the 1990s. The International Monetary Fund was initially sold to the public as an organization that would manage the exchange rate rules decided upon at Bretton Woods and to ensure a stable international financial system. Over time, as an increasing number of countries have joined the IMF, it has become more influential and now has the ability to issue its own currency based off of a basket of currencies called special drawing rights, as well as issue highly leveraged loans to developing nations. The World Bank Group, or the World Bank, was sold to the public as a means for funding efforts to reconstruct countries after World War II and to eliminate poverty in the Third World. With the Marshall Plan of 1947, in which the U.S. offered many war-torn countries grants instead of loans, the World Bank would shift its loan efforts to the Third World. Both of these institutions would be dominated primarily by U.S. and European interest. Since their inception, both the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund have put Third World nations into debt. In fact, these institutions have actually helped to increase poverty in the Third World by placing a great burden of debt on them, forcing the payment of immense sums of interest. With most of Europe in ruins after World War II, it was also agreed that the US dollar, which was still on an international gold standard, would become the world's reserve currency. All member nations of the International Monetary Fund agreed to keep the value of their currencies in terms of the US dollar. The conference would also solidify the Bank for International Settlements as a permanent international financial institution. During the conference, the Bank for International Settlements was accused by many of being involved in war crimes, considering its close connection with the Nazis. However, after much debate, it was decided that it would not be dissolved, and it exists today as a settling house for transactions between national central banks. Overall, the Bretton Woods Agreement represented a major step forward for global government, consolidating power in the hands of fewer people. With two major world wars, the bankers had also engineered the rise of what Dwight Eisenhower would coin the military-industrial complex. Additionally, the Rothschild family would be successful in establishing the phony Jewish state of Israel and Palestine. The British government in 1917, which for years had been under the financial control of the Rothschild-controlled Bank of England, issued the Balfour Declaration to Walter Rothschild, favoring the establishment of a national home for Jews in Palestine. Carroll Quigley, in his book Tragedy and Hope, claims that the Balfour Declaration was actually written by Alfred Milner and provided to Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour to relay to Rothschild. This would in fact make sense, considering that Milner was an incredibly powerful and influential figure in the British Empire at that time. Other members of the Rothschild family would spend large sums of money supporting the Zionism movement during the latter part of the 19th century, as well as the early part of the 20th century. Edmund James de Rothschild, the son of James Rothschild, who founded the original French branch of the Rothschild banking business, would be one of its principal supporters. He would play a key role in financing early Jewish settlements in Palestine. In 1899, he would transfer the title in his Palestinian lands, plus 15 million francs, to the Jewish Colonization Association, an organization founded to resettle Russian and Romanian Jews in Argentina. In 1924, he would help reorganize this organization as the Palestine Jewish Colonization Association, with help from his son, James Armand de Rothschild. It is estimated that he would spend over $50 million on Jewish settlements in Palestine throughout the course of his lifetime. Most of this land would eventually become part of the Jewish state of Israel following his death. His contributions to the eventual establishment of Israel are recognized with many localities within the country named in his honor. His likeness would even appear on an Israeli currency note in the 1980s. After James Armand de Rothschild's death, he would actually donate 6 million Israeli pounds to the creation of the Knesset building, with his wife Dorothy de Rothschild eventually funding the construction of a new building for the Israeli Supreme Court. The Rothschilds' efforts to support Zionism and the creation of the State of Israel would be aided by post-World War II propaganda, proclaiming that millions of Jews were killed in Hitler's concentration camps. Yes, there were concentration camps, but many independent researchers have questioned the validity of these numbers. It appears as if these claims were used to help sway public opinion to accept the establishment of the phony Jewish state of Israel on Palestinian lands, which to this day has been used as a means of division to create chaos in the Middle East. With World War II over and the powerful military forces of Japan and Germany defeated, there was no enemy left to fight. This was not good for the bankers or the military-industrial complex, as without an enemy to fight, the U.S. government would not have a need to buy weapons of war, and it would take longer to drive the country into further debt. As a result, it was decided that the threat of communism, and in particular, the threat of the Soviet Union, would be propagandized by the now largely banker-controlled media in the United States as the next big threat. This is despite the fact that the same bankers that were selling this new threat of communism were the ones that funded the communist rise to power through the Bolshevik Revolution only a few decades earlier. For many years, the threat of communism and the propagandized threat of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union, more commonly referred to as the Cold War, would be used as an excuse for the U.S. to spend vast sums of money on nuclear weapons and military expansion. This communist threat would also be used throughout the 1950s as the rationale for U.S. involvement in proxy wars such as the Korean War, as well as covert CIA operations that resulted in the overthrow of various governments, including the democratically elected governments of Iran and Guatemala. Strangely enough, Bernard Baruch, the same man who through his leadership role on the War Industries Board during World War I, helped to create the beginnings of the military-industrial complex and profited handsomely off of the stock market crash of 1929, would be credited with being the first to coin the term Cold War in the late 1940s. It is impossible to believe that this was just a mere coincidence. Despite the engineered threat of the Cold War and the rise of the military-industrial complex, the U.S. economy would flourish in the 1950s, primarily because of the dollar's role as the world's reserve currency and the fact that many nations' economies were being rebuilt as a result of war. President Eisenhower would create the interstate highway system, which also helped contribute to the American economic boom. But Eisenhower himself realized that despite holding the highest office in the land, he was not in complete control. As we documented previously, Eisenhower would warn the American people of the incredible influence of the military-industrial complex in his 1961 farewell speech. Here is his warning.
Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizen can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
When Joe Kennedy's son, John F. Kennedy, became the next president, Eisenhower's warning would become even more relevant. Initially, it was thought that JFK could be easily controlled by the international bankers and the shadow government, which had formed in the post-World War II era. They were mistaken, as Kennedy started working for the best interests of the American people and against the shadow government. Kennedy would sign Executive Order 11,110, which authorized the Treasury to issue silver certificates backed 100% by silver bullion. In other words, Kennedy authorized the Treasury to issue money that was entirely outside the control of the international bankers. Kennedy would even fire Allen Dulles, the powerful head of the CIA, following the failed Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba. During the 1950s, Dulles would not only be responsible for organizing the coups that toppled the democratically elected Iranian and Guatemalan governments, but he would organize programs like Operation Mockingbird, a campaign to influence foreign and domestic media, as well as MK-Ultra, a mind-control research program. Kennedy was also preparing to have U.S. military forces removed from Vietnam, following the Cuban Missile Crisis. This would have marked a major policy reversal for Kennedy's administration and would have saved the lives of millions of people had this policy been implemented. Kennedy's actions angered powerful figures who had links back to the international banking system as well as the CIA. These reasons and others would be the cause of his assassination in Dallas, Texas on November 22, 1963. The Warren Commission, which was formed to investigate the assassination, issued an 888-page report concluding that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone gunman responsible for Kennedy's death. The Warren Commission and subsequent investigations into Kennedy's assassination have been widely criticized and are no longer believed by the public to tell the whole story behind the assassination. Looking specifically at the Warren Commission, its credibility should be questioned, considering that its members included Allen Dulles, who was just fired from the CIA by Kennedy, future U.S. President Gerald Ford, and John J. McCloy, who was the chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations from 1954 to 1970. JFK's brother, Robert Kennedy, had questioned the results of the Warren Commission, but during his own run for president in 1968, would also be assassinated. Simply put, the establishment had the most to gain by assassinating Kennedy, so their agenda of war and debt generation could continue. Following Kennedy's assassination, his successor, Lyndon Baines Johnson, would halt the Treasury's issuance of silver certificates, dramatically increase government spending through his Great Society program, and escalate the war in Vietnam. In fact, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which is widely proclaimed to be the event that triggered the beginning of the Vietnam War, was based off of lies and never even happened. Defense Secretary Robert McNamara would claim that North Vietnamese patrol boats had attacked U.S. warships in the Gulf of Tonkin during two separate incidents on the dates of August 2, 1964 and August 4, 1964. In 2005, historical documents pertaining to the Gulf of Tonkin incident were declassified by the National Security Agency. The documents tell a much different story surrounding the events, concluding that the North Vietnamese patrol boats were likely fired upon first by the U.S. Navy warship, the USS Maddox, during the first incident, and that no attack happened during the second incident. Johnson would use this non-event as justification for military action against North Vietnam. Here is a portion of Johnson's speech in which he misleads the American people as to the true nature of what happened in the Gulf of Tonkin.
My fellow Americans, as President and Commander-in-Chief, it is my duty to the American people to report that renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas in the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply. The initial attack on the destroyer Maddox on August 2nd was repeated today by a number of hostile vessels attacking two U.S. destroyers with torpedoes. The destroyers and supporting aircraft acted at once on the orders I gave after the initial act of aggression. We believe at least 2 of the attacking boats were sunk. There were no U.S. losses.
Based on this lie, the Vietnam War plunged the U.S. government into increasing debt, and when it was finally over, resulted in the death of over 58,000 American servicemen and millions of Vietnamese. With the U.S. government borrowing an increasing amount of money to fund wide-reaching social programs and war overseas, foreigners began to question if the U.S. dollar was really as good as gold. With inflation starting to spiral out of control, countries began to demand gold in exchange for their dollars. In response, President Richard Nixon would abruptly close the international gold window on August 15, 1971, ending any foreign redemption of gold for dollars. On this day, Nixon would lie to the American people by falsely claiming that he was protecting the value of the dollar by removing it off of the international gold standard. Nixon was admitting that the U.S. had defaulted on their promise to pay gold in exchange for dollars because the Federal Reserve had created too many dollars out of thin air. This would prove to be a disaster for the value of the U.S. dollar, as inflation would become an enormously huge problem throughout the 1970s. Here is a portion of Nixon's speech.
The third indispensable element in building the new prosperity is closely related to creating new jobs and halting inflation. We must protect the position of the American dollar as a pillar of monetary stability around the world. In the past 7 years, there's been an average of 1 international monetary crisis every year. Now, who gains from these crises? Not the working man, not the investor, not the real producers of wealth. The gainers are the international money speculators. Because they thrive on crises, they help to create them. In recent weeks, the speculators have been waging an all-out war on the American dollar. The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States. Now, what is this action, which is very technical, what does it mean for you? Let me lay to rest the bugaboo of what is called devaluation. If you want to buy a foreign car or take a trip abroad, market conditions may cause your dollar to buy slightly less. But if you are among the overwhelming majority of Americans who buy American-made products in America, your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today. The effect of this action, in other words, will be to stabilize the dollar. Now, this action will not win us any friends among the international money traders. But our primary concern is with the American workers and with fair competition around the world. To our friends abroad, including the many responsible members of the international banking community who are dedicated to stability and the flow of trade, I give this assurance. The United States has always been and will continue to be a forward-looking and trustworthy trading partner. In full cooperation with the International Monetary Fund and those who trade with us, we will press for the necessary reforms to set up an urgently needed new international monetary system. Stability and equal treatment is in everybody's best interest. I am determined that the American dollar must never again be a hostage in the hands of international speculators.
Some have theorized that the international gold standard set up at the Bretton Woods Conference was merely used as a way to slowly transfer the Fort Knox gold out of the United States and into the hands of the international bankers, and that this is why Nixon closed the international gold window, because there wasn't any gold left to redeem. One thing that is certain is that there has not been a full audit of the Fort Knox gold reserves since the 1950s, despite the fact that regular audits are mandated by law. With a lack of transparency, it is difficult to conclude if the gold that FDR had seized from the American people in the 1930s is still located at Fort Knox. In fact, Ian Fleming, who was a British intelligence agent during World War II and author of the James Bond series of novels, wrote one particular book of interest called Goldfinger. The book describes a plot by Bond's antagonist, Ulrich Goldfinger, to steal gold from Fort Knox. Was this a warning by Fleming of a real-life plot? Until we have a true independent audit of the Fort Knox gold reserves, we'll probably never know for sure. The lack of a full independent audit of the Fort Knox gold led many to believe that the gold could have been stolen. In response to these and other allegations, the U.S. Mint in 1974 allowed select members of Congress and the media to take a look at the gold. The showing was criticized by many as being an overblown photo opportunity, and the internal audit promised by the U.S. Mint resulted in an audit of only 21% of the gold. Continuing partial audits of the gold would be authorized by the Treasury Department, but questions still remained. If the U.S. Treasury had nothing to hide, why not just conduct a full independent audit to silence conspiracy accusations?
Congressman Crane, you suggested all this. Why?
Well, I did because there were rampant rumors and members of Congress were receiving a great deal of mail based on the charge that significant portions of our gold reserves at Fort Knox were gone. So I had suggested to Secretary of the Treasury Simon that I thought this would be a good way, I think, to dispel those rumors.
With the U.S. no longer on an international gold standard and massive government borrowing and spending taking place, inflation began to take hold. This was further complicated by the ongoing geopolitical situation in the Middle East between Israel and its Arab neighbors. The Nixon administration would authorize $2.2 billion in support to Israel during the 1973 Yom Kippur War, which angered many Arab oil-producing countries. This prompted OPEC to announce an oil embargo and resulted in the quadrupling of the oil price. U.S. government price controls on oil and gasoline rationing, as well as highway speed limit reductions, didn't help matters either. In addition, the Federal Reserve, under the leadership of Arthur Burns, would encourage the inflationary problems by providing easy credit to the Nixon administration. By 1974, inflation had become such a problem that Nixon's successor, Gerald Ford, would declare a war on inflation. Ford stated his intention to whip inflation now, but amazingly asked the American people to make sacrifices to help him with this effort. Ford completely ignored the real problem, which revolved around the phony debt-based monetary system facilitated by the Federal Reserve and the abolishment of the international gold standard by Nixon only a few years earlier. To add further comedy to the situation, the Ford administration issued win buttons, which stood for Whip Inflation Now, to motivate the American people to fight inflation when the real cause was the Federal Reserve. Despite the delinking of the US dollar to gold, many oil-producing countries would agree to price and sell oil exclusively in US dollars. As an increasing amount of money was being funneled into the military-industrial complex, the US would effectively enforce this quasi-petrodollar standard through its military might. With countries requiring payment in US dollars in exchange for oil, an additional demand for the currency was built into the market. Nonetheless, the problem of inflation would persist throughout the 1970s, and it got so bad that at the height of the crisis, some believed that the US dollar was on the brink of a total collapse. The inflation crisis hit a fever pitch in the late 1970s with the 1979 Iranian Revolution. The Iranian people would overthrow the US-installed Shah, which caused panic in the oil markets. The price of oil, gold, and silver would see parabolic rises. It was also during this time that the Hunt brothers would attempt to corner the silver market, causing the price of silver to rise from $3 an ounce to around $50 an ounce. Even though the Hunts would end up losing a great deal of money after the exchange rules changed during their cornering attempt, it served the purpose of bankrupting many people who entered the silver market as a protective measure, fearing a total collapse of the US dollar. those who purchased silver anywhere near the top of the silver market in the early 1980s still have not recovered their losses in dollar-denominated terms, even 30 years after the fact.
Losing $1 billion didn't even threaten the Hunt's solvency. But people who don't have their kind of money should never forget that trading in precious metals, gold as well as silver, is a high-risk gamble.
With inflation totally out of control, new Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker would step in and increase the Fed funds rate to 20%. The consequences of this action would result in devastating short-term consequences for the U.S. economy, but the action rewarded people who had saved by giving them a real positive return on their bank account. This action returned credibility to the U.S. dollar and reversed the trend of skyrocketing gold, silver, and oil prices in dollar-denominated terms. It was also during this time that Ronald Reagan would be swept into office as the next U.S. president. Reagan, early in his political career, promoted libertarian principles and the virtues of small government, but none of these ideals would be implemented while he was president. Shortly into his presidency, an attempt on his life would be made by John Hinckley Jr., a man whose family had ties to the family of George Herbert Walker Bush, the former CIA director and now sitting vice president. Some believe the assassination attempt was part of a larger conspiracy to remove Reagan and for Bush to take over as president in the early 1980s. Although the assassination attempt had failed, the Reagan administration from that point forward would advance the elite's agenda throughout the 1980s.
No nation in history has ever survived a tax burden that reached a third of its national income. Today, 37 cents out of every dollar earned in this country is the tax collector's share. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in. We haven't balanced our budget 28 out of the last 34 years. We've raised our debt limit 3 times in the last 12 months. And now our national debt is 1.5 times bigger than all the combined debts of all the nations of the world. We have $15 billion in gold in our treasury. We don't own an ounce. Foreign dollar claims are $27.3 billion. And we've just had announced that the dollar of 1939 will now purchase 45 cents in its total value.
Reagan would order the creation of the U.S. Gold Commission in order to investigate the prospect of returning the country to a gold standard as a way to satisfy the concerns of many Americans. The commission was well represented by members of the Federal Reserve and, as expected, concluded that returning to a gold standard would be a mistake. Of course, as we have documented previously, returning to a gold standard would not truly represent a real solution anyway. The Reagan administration would also order the creation of the Grace Commission to explore waste and inefficiency in government. The group was led by J. Peter Grace, a member of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. Although the report didn't mention anything that the American people didn't already know about government waste, it did have a few interesting points involving the fraudulent monetary system. It concluded that 100% of income taxes collected is absorbed solely by interest on the federal debt and transfer payments. This meant that all individual income tax revenues are gone before any money is spent on government services. In order to pay for government services, the government was simply borrowing more money from the privately run central bank, the Federal Reserve. This statement was an admission that the entire monetary system is a complete and total fraud.
Businessmen have been saying for decades now that the federal government wastes billions of dollars each year. Now, a study out today by business executives reports that hardly any company could survive if it were run the way the government is.
In 1987, Alan Greenspan would be appointed as the new Federal Reserve Chairman. In the 1960s, Greenspan was a free market economist that supported precious metal links to the monetary system. However, he would eventually be turned to the dark side, which led to his eventual appointment as the Fed chief. He would face his first major test with the stock market crash of 1987, which resulted in a one-day drop of over 22% in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Although the relative new phenomenon of computer trading was largely blamed for the crash, the Federal Reserve had still maintained a tight monetary policy throughout the 1980s. In the months leading up to the crash, the Federal Reserve was beginning to increase interest rates after slowly decreasing them following Volcker's draconian interest rate hike earlier in the decade. The restriction of credit appears to have been one of the primary causes of this crash.
Good evening. It's Black Monday. There's never been a day like this one on the stock market. Panic selling around the world has shattered records, even the record set in the Wall Street crash of 1929. On Friday, the New York Exchange dropped more than 100 points for the first time. Today, the plunge was 5 times that. By the time they stopped counting, it had fallen 508.32 points. Today's final New York figure won't be known until tomorrow. And the Toronto 300 Composite Index closed with a record drop of 407.20 points. All this affects more than just the people in the stock market. It affects everybody.
The crash resulted in the creation of the President's Working Group on Financial Markets through a Reagan executive order. This group consists of the Treasury Secretary, the Federal Reserve Chairman, the SEC Chairman, and the Chairman of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. The group was given the mandate to look into ways to ensure stock market stability. The Washington Post would later refer to this group as the Plunge Protection Team. Many have charged that the Plunge Protection Team, armed with the money creation capabilities of the Federal Reserve, have far exceeded their original mandate by propping up the stock market and manipulating the price of gold. With high interest rates and a strengthening US dollar, the value of gold, silver, and oil would drop tremendously in dollar-denominated terms throughout the 1980s. The low price of oil and other resources through the strengthening of the US dollar would be one of the key factors in the final demise of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s. This created another problem for the international banking cartel. The Cold War, which was used to feed the military-industrial complex, could no longer be used as an excuse to fund covert operations around the world. From Afghanistan to Central America, the U.S. was heavily involved in these activities throughout the 1980s. These covert operations eventually spawned the Iran-Contra scandal, in which senior Reagan administration officials supplied weapons to Iran in exchange for the release of hostages and to fund the U.S.-backed Nicaraguan Contras. Reagan would even call the CIA-backed Mujahideen, who were fighting the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, freedom fighters, the same people who would later be demonized as Islamic terrorists in the 21st century. With the Soviet Union's economy in shambles, the Berlin Wall would be taken down, uniting West and East Germany for the first time since before World War II. The Soviet Union would also crumble, ending the perceived threat of communism in the Cold War. This meant that a new enemy had to be created in order to justify the continued purchase of military equipment, which would drive the U.S. further into debt. The Gulf War and terrorist attacks by so-called Islamic fundamentalists throughout the 1990s would help set the stage for the enemy that would replace the communist threat. During the 1980s, the U.S. would throw their support behind Iraq in their war against Iran following the overthrow of the U.S.-backed Shah during the 1979 Iranian Revolution. Called the Iran-Iraq War, the U.S. would provide Iraq's leader, Saddam Hussein, with chemical weapons which would be used during this conflict. Following the conclusion of the Iran-Iraq War, Saddam would invade the oil-rich nation of Kuwait, which prompted an international military response. Even though the U.S. had just backed his military adventures against Iran, The U.S., led by now President George Herbert Walker Bush, would organize a coalition to drive his forces out of Kuwait. It was during this time that George Herbert Walker Bush would announce to the world on multiple occasions his intentions to help bring about a new world order.
And we stand today at a unique and extraordinary moment. The crisis in the Persian Gulf, as grave as it is, also offers a rare opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge, a new era, freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in the quest for peace. Now we can see a new world coming into view. A world in which there is the very real prospect of a new world order. In the words of Winston Churchill, a world order in which the principles of justice and fair play protect the weak against the strong. A world where the United Nations, freed from Cold War stalemate, is poised to fulfill the historic vision of its founders. A world in which freedom and respect for human rights find a home among all nations.
As we have documented, the concept of a new world order is nothing new, with the international banking cartel pushing the world closer and closer to one world government throughout the 20th century. The eventual establishment of the United Nations, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other global government institutions was just the beginning. Following World War II, the United States had an enormous industrial base and a booming economy. In order to move the global government or New World Order agenda forward, the United States needed to be deindustrialized and its economy weakened. In fact, the main reason for Richard Nixon opening up diplomatic talks with China back in the 1970s was to set the stage for industry and manufacturing to eventually be moved to that country to take advantage of cheap labor. This is, of course, what we are seeing today. Any nation that was as strong economically and militarily as the United States after World War II would not be able to coexist with global government. In the New World Order, no nation could be strong enough to challenge the authority of the global government masters. This is why the international banking cartel slowly sought to destroy the U.S. economy by devaluing the dollar over the long term and by plunging the U.S. government into debt through all sorts of foreign military misadventures and big government spending programs. Under the guise of supposed free trade agreements, the international bankers had slowly begun to break down national borders in order to destroy individual sovereignty and consolidate governmental power into regional superstate governments. The Council of Europe was formed in 1949 to promote European integration. Eventually, agreements like the 1957 Treaty of Rome were signed, which set up the European Economic Community, an organization that would be the precursor to the European Union and a common European currency called the euro. In 1965, the Council of Americas was formed by David Rockefeller and other high-profile business interests to help destroy national sovereignty to favor the interests of multinational corporations. This organization would heavily promote the implementation of the 1988 Free Trade Agreement between the U.S. and Canada and the 1993 North American Free Trade Agreement between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, which superseded it. This would be further strengthened by the 2005 Security and Prosperity Partnership, which was based off of a Council on Foreign Relations document entitled Building a North American Community. This agreement effectively set up a North American bureaucracy working in the shadows and explains why little to nothing substantive has been done about the problem of illegal immigration. In 2002, the African Union was formed with plans for a future African Central Bank. There have also been proposals for a Pacific Union in Australia uniting New Zealand and other surrounding nations. In 1994, the World Trade Organization would be formed to replace the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and the failed International Trade Organization that came out of the Bretton Woods Agreement. This organization now has over 150 member nations and has been widely used as a tool of big business and the international bankers to promote these phony free trade agreements to consolidate more control and political power. With all of these agreements and organizations promoting regional and global government systems, it is clear what direction the elite are taking the world. The strengthening of the US dollar during the 1980s was only a temporary phenomenon, as Alan Greenspan, the new Fed chief, would continue the long-term policy of the Federal Reserve by devaluing the currency. In fact, throughout Greenspan's tenure, he would engage in a policy of lowering interest rates and expanding credit anytime there was some sort of economic problem. Greenspan's policies enabled the US economy to expand and the stock market to rise considerably. But much of this expansion was simply due to the fact that money was made more plentiful through Fed policies. The increased supply of credit also helped spawn the rise of high-flying technology and internet stocks, culminating in the technology-weighted NASDAQ stock index reaching a record high 5,000 points. Despite the perceived economic prosperity, the dot-com boom was based largely off of speculation and easy money, not off of fundamentals. By the late 1990s, the dot-com bubble began to burst, with the Federal Reserve beginning to tighten credit. Additionally, the 1990s served as a time in which the US was not involved in any major military conflicts around the world. With the Cold War over, a new enemy had to be created. Instead of communism, the new threat would be terrorism. Events such as the World Trade Center bombing of 1993, the US Embassy bombings of 1998, and the USS Cole bombing of 2000 introduced the concept of Islamic terrorism to the American people. A man by the name of Osama bin Laden, a Saudi Arabian national, was slowly introduced as the mastermind behind a shadowy terrorist group with worldwide reach known as Al-Qaeda. The same people that comprise Al-Qaeda were the same people that the US had supported in Afghanistan, who Reagan called freedom fighters in their fight against the Soviet Union during the 1980s. Zbigniew Brzezinski had actually organized the original Afghan Mujahideen network as national security advisor during the Carter administration. This network created by Brzezinski would become the framework for what became the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Bin Laden would serve as a CIA operative within that network. Throughout the 1990s, bin Laden and his so-called Al-Qaeda terror network would help serve as a distraction from the domestic scandals like the Monica Lewinsky affair that would plague Clinton in his second term. When George W. Bush was put into office in the 2000 election, it would only be a matter of time before bin Laden and Al-Qaeda would replace the enemy that the international bankers and the military-industrial complex needed to justify a permanent increase in military expenditures. With no major enemy to fight during the 1990s, the Clinton administration had actually scaled back military expenditures and even for a short period of time, balanced the budget. This was not favorable to the powers that be and needed to be changed. First, let's take a look at the claims that there were no warnings. George W. Bush and other administration officials claimed on numerous occasions that there were no warnings of an attack and that nobody conceived that terrorists would use hijacked aircraft in suicide attacks against targets within domestic U.S. territory. These statements couldn't have been more false. The now declassified August 6, 2001 presidential daily briefing, delivered to Bush a full month before the 9/11 attacks, was entitled, "Bin Laden Determined to Strike in U.S." The briefing cited specific threats to targets within domestic U.S. territory. The USA Today would report in April 2004 that NORAD had drills using jets as weapons a full 2 years before the 9/11 attacks. One of the imagined targets was the World Trade Center. In August of 1997, FEMA published a pamphlet entitled Emergency Response to Terrorism, a self-study that depicted a drawing of the World Trade Center with a target over one of the towers. From October 24th to October 26, 2000, a military exercise called the Pentagon Mass Casualty Project, or Pentagon MASCAL, was held in the office of the Secretary of Defense conference room. The exercise required emergency teams and various government officials to conduct emergency simulations preparing for a possible plane crash into the Pentagon. Additionally, foreign governments and intelligence agencies warned the U.S. government on multiple occasions that there was a looming threat of a terrorist attack within the U.S. during the months leading up to the 9/11 attacks. Considering the specifics of the warnings and the number of them, it is obvious that they were deliberately ignored at the highest levels within the federal government. And what was George W. Bush doing throughout much of August 2001? He decided to take a vacation.
Well, it has been, as you know, several months now since the 9/11 Commission investigating the attacks on the country kept the nation enthralled with its public proceedings and its report. We thought we had had it all. Today we learned there is more. Namely, the information that the Federal Aviation Administration received 52 warnings about Al-Qaeda in the 6 months before 9/11 and did not, apparently, heed them.
The building collapses at World Trade Center Towers 1, 2, and 7 raises many questions of which there are no good answers for. Never before in the history of modern engineering have we seen a steel-framed skyscraper completely collapse in a matter of seconds due to fire damage. Amazingly, the official story propagandized by the government and corporate-controlled media outlets is that this phenomenon happened 3 times on September 11, 2001. This simply defies all basic logic and common sense. What are the odds that on one day we have 3 buildings that all collapse at free fall speed due to fire damage when one such event has never happened before? Both before and after 9/11, there are several examples of buildings that suffered more severe and longer-lasting fires than World Trade Center buildings 1, 2, and 7 that did not collapse. On May 4, 1988, the 62-story First Interstate Bank building in Los Angeles burned for approximately 3.5 hours. It was described as the worst, most devastating high-rise fire in the history of Los Angeles, with the fire engulfing the offices from the 12th to the 16th floor. The building would remain standing. On February 23, 1991, the 38th-floor One Meridian Plaza in Philadelphia burned for 18 hours across 8 floors. It would later be described by Philadelphia officials as the most significant fire of the 20th century. The building would also remain standing. On October 17, 2004, the Caracas Tower, the tallest skyscraper in Caracas, Venezuela, would burn for over 17 hours over 26 floors. This building would also remain standing. On February 12, 2005, the Windsor Building in Madrid, Spain would burn for over 20 hours, and like the others, would also remain standing. On February 9, 2009, the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Beijing, China, a nearly completed 520-foot tall skyscraper, would be entirely engulfed in flames across every floor, and like the others, would also remain standing. The engineers who built the North and South World Trade Center towers specifically designed them to withstand a collision from a Boeing 707 airliner. This type of aircraft is comparable in size and weight to the Boeing 767 aircraft that we were told collided into each of the towers that day. As we already know, the North and South towers would both collapse at virtual free-fall speed in approximately 10 seconds each. The official story claims that burning jet fuel weakened the building's steel to the point where a collapse became inevitable. Common sense dictates that this is not physically possible. Jet fuel burns in a range from 800 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. The melting point of steel is approximately 2,750 degrees Fahrenheit. Even if one believes that burning jet fuel caused the building's steel to weaken, it doesn't explain how hundreds of thousands of pounds of steel could be pulverized into dust in just a matter of seconds. Pools of molten metal were found beneath the debris of World Trade Center buildings 1, 2, and 7, weeks after the attacks by Ground Zero workers. Burning jet fuel simply cannot explain the presence of molten metal, considering that it is incapable of burning at a temperature hot enough to melt the building's steel infrastructure. A peer-reviewed study of dust taken from the World Trade Center collapse by physicist Dr. Stephen Jones found that it contained traces of nanothermite. Nanothermite is a substance that has been developed for military usage because of its highly explosive and reactive nature. Both the U.S. government-run Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories have been heavily involved in its development and production. What would a substance used in military-grade explosives be doing in the World Trade Center dust unless it was used to help destroy the buildings? Paul Lafley, an architect who assisted in the design of the World Trade Center for 18 months, would make some intriguing claims about the prospect of demolitions pre-planted in the towers during its construction. According to Lafley, the chief World Trade Center architect, Minoru Yamasaki, had actually hired the Bin Laden Construction Company to do work on the construction of the buildings. Lafley claims that he was asked by a worker from the Bin Laden Construction Company where they should plan to place some of the demolition devices within the building. By pre-planting demolition devices in the buildings prior to them being occupied, it would allow the buildings to be more easily demolished at a future date.
The thing what he was doing,
Yamasaki, we're talking about.
he was into pure, exaggerated capitalism.
Oh.
When he worked in Saudi Arabia, and probably a little bit on the beginnings of Dubai, that he wanted to do things like airports, hospitals, hotels, big housing developments over there, and he was the one that got the Ben Laden Construction Company started.
Right.
Because that was a construction company that was just limping along, not doing anything. So he trained them in his style. So he came over and had them work on the World Trade Center, because I remember one day working on that.
Wait, you say the Bin Ladens were working on the trade towers?
Well, not Osama.
Right.
He was one of the trust fund kids that came out from this, and that's why his own 50 children have each one has about $1 million in the bank, that kind of stuff.
Right.
But the construction company that Yamasaki used, he had to use obviously had to use some American ones in there, but these guys were very close, or they were like right-hand men to Yamasaki. And they would go around and to different desks, and one of them came over to me. He was wearing a turban and all this kind of stuff, and and he says, where should we put the demolition devices?
Oh yeah.
And I said, what the hell are you talking about? Why? This is a piece of paper. There's nothing up there yet. He said, well, that's we're we noticed in Las Vegas that people have that stuff, and it's starting to to spread through New York. And I said, what's starting to spread?
Yeah.
Well, to put in demolition devices before before you take occupancy.
No way.
And that means, and the reason for that is what happens in Las Vegas. Like if the Bellagio Hotel figures it can make $100 more by moving the hotel 3 feet to the right or the left, they'll tear it down and do it.
Right.
And so this is the same deal, because I remember, like in the 60s and the 70s, if you went to New York on any regular basis, and then you were away for a while, and you come back at the same spot, there'd be a new building.
Right.
And so that it was like Cristo land. They'd have to they if they're going to demolish it, they'd wrap it, and then they'd get all the dust confined. So it wasn't like what happened, but they'd come down like a set of pancakes.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why. World Trade Center building number 7 went down and wasn't hit.
Right.
It's because those things were all connected to each other, so that they could just blow the whole thing up.
Securicom, later renamed Stratasec, was a company that would receive a contract to install a multi-million-dollar electronic security system within the World Trade Center towers following the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. They would also receive a contract to install and maintain a variety of security systems at Dulles Airport, the very location where Flight 77 departed on the day of the 9/11 attacks. This is the flight that is claimed to have later crashed into the Pentagon. Amazingly, Marvin Bush, George W. Bush's younger brother, was a member of the company's board of directors from 1993 to 2000. A company by the name of Turner Construction Company was given a contract to do renovation and fireproofing work in the Twin Towers prior to the 9/11 attacks. One of the functions they performed included demolishing buildings. In March of 2000, the company was responsible for demolishing the Kingdome, a sports arena in Seattle. The company's CEO at that time was a man by the name of Thomas Leppert, who was confirmed to have ties to both George W. Bush and former Commerce Secretary Carlos Gutierrez.
Again, his name is Scott Forbes. He joins us from across the pond today. Scott, thank you for making time for us.
You're very welcome. Hello.
I think what we should do first off is, just tell us exactly what your job was and what you did there in the World Trade Center towers.
Sure. I worked for, as you said, Fiduciary Trust in the South Tower. I was based on the 97th floor, where our data center was. About 3 weeks prior to 9/11, our company, along with many others in the towers, were given notice that there was going to be a power down in the top 50% of floors in the Southern Tower. This was unprecedented. As you can imagine, a lot of financial institutions in the building, and to have a complete loss of power meant a complete loss of systems. And for an organization like my company, it was truly extraordinary.
Have there been anything like this prior to this particular power down? And exactly, give us a time frame of when you were notified about the power down as related to 9/11. What was the date of the power down, and had there been one prior to this?
Okay. The power down was on the Saturday and Sunday prior to 9/11, so that would have been the 8th and 9th of September. We were given 3 weeks notice. It was relatively short time notice period to make all the preparations needed, and it was unprecedented. We've never experienced a power down in the towers as far as I am aware.
Well, let's move to this, Scott, because now the power has been down, and you see a number of maintenance workers coming into the building. What was in your mind suspicious or notably suspicious about some of these workers coming in to come in for the power down?
Actually, at the time, I wasn't suspicious at all. It was just part of the fact that there was a power down and that there were workers in overalls in the building.
But looking back now, you noticed that there were some suspicious behavior with these workers.
Well, of course, looking back, you question everything, and you wonder, well, one of the main reasons why I became suspicious was I got in touch with the Port Authority, and I got in touch with the 9/11 Commission to register this piece of information so that it would be acknowledged, if only to be thrown away. And I had no acknowledgement. They did not come back to me. I repeatedly called and wrote letters to them. I've had no acknowledgement. It's as if this information is of no interest to anyone, but to me it seems to be part of the puzzle and should be registered.
Although there are many questions surrounding the collapse of both the Twin Towers, the collapse of World Trade Center 7 raises even more questions. World Trade Center 7 was a 47-story building that collapsed at free fall speed in a little under 7 seconds at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the day of the 9/11 attacks. This is despite the fact that it was not hit by a plane. The official explanation for the collapse is that the building came down due to fire damage that was caused from the collapse of the Twin Towers. Common sense dictates that this explanation is insufficient, considering that the collapse itself shows all the characteristics of a controlled demolition. Damage to the building was so incredibly light, it is completely absurd to believe that fire damage alone could have brought down this building. World Trade Center 7, or WTC 7, housed several government agencies including the Internal Revenue Service, Department of Defense, the Central Intelligence Agency, Securities and Exchange Commission, the Secret Service, and the city's Office of Emergency Management, which had just been moved there in 1999. This was arguably one of the most secure buildings in New York City, with the city's Office of Emergency Management built to be bulletproof and bomb-resistant. How could a building with such security measures and fortification collapse at free fall speed due to light fire damage defying basic laws of physics? The answer is that it can't. The media's coverage of this event would raise additional questions. The BBC would actually report that WTC 7 had collapsed approximately 20 minutes before the building had actually fallen. In the BBC report, WTC 7 is referred to as the Salomon Brothers building due to the firm's occupancy. In this clip, BBC reporter Jane Stanley reports that the building had collapsed despite the fact that WTC 7 is still standing in the New York skyline behind her.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job. But this isn't the first building that has suffered as a result. We know that part of the Marriott Hotel next to the World Trade Center also collapsed as a result of this huge amount of falling debris from 110 floors of the two twin towers of the World Trade Center. As you can see behind me, the Trade Center appears to be still burning. We see these huge clouds of smoke and ash, and we know that behind that there's an empty piece of what was a very familiar New York skyline, a symbol of the financial prosperity of this city, but completely completely disappeared now, and New York is still unable to take on board what has happened to them today.
Presumably there were very few people in the Salomon building when it collapsed. I mean, there were, I suppose, fears of possible further collapses around the area.
That's what you would hope, because this whole downtown area behind me has been completely sealed off and evacuated, apart from the emergency workers. That was done by the mayor, Rudy Giuliani, much earlier today, because of course, the dreadful collapse of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. But New York, very much a city still in chaos. The phones are not working properly, the subway lines are not working properly, and we know that down there near the World Trade Center there are 3 schools that are being turned into triage centers for emergency treatment. And I know that over in New York Harbor, where the famous Statue of Liberty is, there's a field hospital where 1,500 people are being treated. And we have heard, though it's unconfirmed as yet, that 100 New York City police officers have been taken there as well for treatment. But we do need to confirm those figures for the officers.
Clearly, information was being fed to the media by somebody who knew that this building was going to collapse, despite the fact that the building did not suffer enough damage for anyone to logically believe it was going to come down. The only way somebody could know that a building with light fire damage was going to collapse was if they knew it was intentionally going to be brought down with pre-planted explosive devices. And what happened to the debris of the World Trade Center buildings? Most of it was immediately hauled away to China and India for recycling. Even 24 tons of the steel was used to manufacture a new warship called the USS New York. The steel was critical evidence that needed to be preserved for any future investigation. Instead, it was removed so that no real analysis could be performed on the remains. Removing the steel was part of a massive cover-up to prevent any real investigation into the collapses. Larry Silverstein, a wealthy Jewish real estate investor, had secured the lease for the World Trade Center complex just months prior to the 9/11 attacks. The lease agreement applied to the North and South Towers, along with WTC Buildings 4 and 5. Silverstein would actually have the foresight to purchase a multi-billion-dollar insurance policy covering each of these buildings in the event of a terrorist attack. Silverstein had already maintained controlling interest in WTC 7 since the 1980s, which meant that he had a controlling interest in several of the buildings that were destroyed on 9/11. Conveniently, every building that Silverstein maintained interest in would be destroyed in the 9/11 attacks, allowing him to cash in on the massive insurance claim. Silverstein would even remark in a PBS documentary on the 9/11 attacks that they made the decision to pull it, in reference to WTC 7. The term pull it is of course a term used in the demolition industry to describe demolishing a building.
Pelted by debris when the North Tower collapsed, 7 burned until late afternoon, allowing occupants to evacuate to safety.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
If there was anybody who had something to gain from these attacks, Silverstein was certainly one of them. How could Silverstein possibly have had the foresight to buy terrorism insurance on the World Trade Center complex just months before the attacks? It is very likely to conclude that Silverstein had some insight as to what was about to take place that day. But Silverstein wasn't the only one. Unusual stock activity prior to the 9/11 attacks indicated that a number of people actually had foreknowledge of what was about to take place. An unusually large number of put options, or bets that a stock would go down, were placed on United Airlines and American Airlines stock before 9/11. This is yet another indication that there were people who knew specific details of what was about to happen. Prior to the 9/11 attacks, the Pakistani ISI chief, General Mahmoud Ahmed, ordered a man known as Omar Sheikh to wire $100,000 to Muhammad Atta would later be identified as the alleged lead 9/11 hijacker. Even stranger is the fact that General Ahmed was having breakfast with U.S. government officials on the date of September 11, 2001 in Washington, D.C. This matter was not investigated further, as the 9/11 Commission decided that the financing of the 9/11 attacks was not of any significance. This is of course entirely absurd. It is of great significance to determine who funded the 9/11 attacks. It is the virtual equivalent of a detective saying that it is not significant to determine who paid a hitman to kill somebody. The 19 hijackers who were alleged to have taken over the 4 airliners that day were said to be Islamic fundamentalists acting under the direction of Osama bin Laden. This turns out not to be true, as some of the alleged hijackers were confirmed to have been drinking, having sex with prostitutes, and engaging in other behavior entirely contradictory to the beliefs of a devout Muslim. Additionally, several media reports would come out confirming that some of the hijackers actually had close ties with the U.S. government. The FBI would even claim that one of the Flight 11 hijackers' passports was found perfectly intact in the rubble of the Twin Towers. How could a passport survive the gigantic fireball and the disintegration of the Twin Towers? This revelation by the FBI appears to be the result of planted evidence. And what of Osama bin Laden? The U.S. government would claim that a videotape found in a house in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, following the post-9/11 invasion of the country, shows bin Laden admitting responsibility for the attacks. This tape has been widely criticized as a fake that was intentionally mistranslated. In fact, the man in the tape appears to be an actor playing the role of bin Laden and does not look at all like the bin Laden videotape prior to the attacks. Besides the anomalies, what are the odds that the U.S. military would find a videotape of bin Laden admitting to the 9/11 attacks only months after their invasion? Even the FBI has yet to charge bin Laden for the 9/11 attacks. The reason for this, they say, is that they don't have sufficient evidence. But in reality, bin Laden is dead, and his image is only used as a means to propagandize the phony terror war which has been waged following the 9/11 attacks. According to a January 28, 2002 CBS News report, bin Laden had actually received medical treatment for kidney dialysis in a Pakistani hospital on September 10, 2001.
Everyone remembers what happened on September 11th. Here's the story of what may have happened the night before. It is a tale as twisted as the hunt for Osama bin Laden. CBS News has been told that the night before the September 11th terrorist attack, Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. He was getting medical treatment with the support of the very military that days later pledged its backing for the U.S. war on terror in Afghanistan. Pakistan intelligence sources tell CBS News that bin Laden was spirited into this military hospital in Rawalpindi for kidney dialysis treatment. On that night, says this medical worker who wanted her identity protected, they moved out all the regular staff in the urology department and sent in a secret team to replace them. She says it was treatment for a very special person. The special team was obviously up to no good. The military had him surrounded, says this hospital employee who also wanted his identity masked. And I saw the mysterious patient helped out of a car. Since that time, he says, I have seen many pictures of the man. He is the man we know as Osama bin Laden. I also heard 2 Army officers talking to each other. They were saying that Osama bin Laden had to be watched carefully and looked after. Those who know bin Laden say he suffers from numerous ailments, back and stomach problems. Ahmed Rashid, who has written extensively on the Taliban, says the military was often there to help before 9/11.
There were reports that Pakistani intelligence had helped the Taliban buy dialysis machines, and the rumor was that these were wanted for Osama bin Laden.
Doctors at the hospital told CBS News there was nothing special about that night, but they refused our request to see any records. Government officials tonight denied that Osama bin Laden had any medical treatment on that night. But it was Pakistan's President Musharraf who said in public what many suspected, that bin Laden suffers from kidney disease, saying he thinks bin Laden may be near death. His evidence, watching this most recent video showing a pale and haggard bin Laden, his left hand never moving. Bush administration officials admit they don't know if bin Laden is sick or even dead.
Additional reports from the French press indicate that a CIA agent actually met with bin Laden in July of 2001. The meeting took place in an American hospital located in Dubai, where he received dialysis treatment for 10 days. The average life expectancy of someone on kidney dialysis is 3 to 5 years, and if bin Laden was on the run as he is claimed to be, that would have shortened his lifespan even further. There is no reason to believe that bin Laden is still alive. The videotapes depicting so-called al-Qaeda members, including bin Laden, that have been broadcast on corporate media outlets after the 9/11 attacks, have also been widely criticized as being manufactured fakes. Most of these tapes are usually sourced to two CIA front groups by the names of Intel Center and Site Intelligence, who consistently claim to find al-Qaeda-related audio and video on websites linked to al-Qaeda. The actual website sources, of course, are never revealed. Both organizations have been widely accused of actually creating the al-Qaeda videos themselves. Specifically looking at Intel Center's website, they charge an outrageous amount of money for their library of al-Qaeda audio and video clips. One thing is clear, the greater number of al-Qaeda audio and video clips Intel Center has, the greater their profit potential. Would it be too far of a stretch to consider that this organization might just be producing audio and video clips that are passed off as genuine al-Qaeda tapes? Although there isn't a whole lot known about the origins of Intel Center, Site Intelligence is headed by Rita Katz, a woman who was born into a wealthy Iraqi Jewish family. Her father in 1968 was arrested and executed on charges of spying for Israel. Katz and her mother would escape to Israel, where she served in the Israeli Defense Forces. Although unconfirmed, the chances of her being a Mossad agent is high, considering her background and occupation. Intel Center is located in Alexandria, Virginia, and Site Intelligence is located in Bethesda, Maryland, both of which are in the backyard of the CIA and NSA headquarters. Of course, as we have mentioned before, al-Qaeda is not a real organization and is in fact a CIA creation. Its sole purpose is to provide the illusion that there is a real enemy to fight. It is a psychological warfare operation that is being waged by the corporate media in conjunction with the U.S. government to justify perpetual war so the military-industrial complex can profit by cashing in on more war contracts. So why weren't any of the hijacked jets successfully intercepted by the U.S. military on 9/11? Between September 2000 and June 2001, military jets would successfully intercept aircraft that veered off course a total of 67 times. Intercepts would typically occur after 10 minutes and were conducted routinely. Yet on September 11, 2001, the official conspiracy theory states that 4 hijacked jets could not be intercepted despite being off course for much more lengthy periods of time. The reason for the interception failures is that multiple war games were taking place on that day. These included a National Reconnaissance Office drill depicting a small aircraft crashing into the agency's headquarters. It also included Operation Northern Vigilance, an exercise that involved deploying aircraft to locations in Alaska and northern Canada. It also included Operation Global Guardian, an Armageddon exercise that was run in conjunction with other exercises, including Operation Vigilant Guardian, an exercise that ran multiple scenarios, including simulated hijackings. What are the odds that there were multiple exercises being run depicting a plane flying into a building, simulated hijackings, as well as a drill that moved fighter jets into Alaska and Canada, away from the continental U.S. on the same day of the 9/11 attacks? It is absurd to believe that these were just random events. Despite claims by top U.S. military brass otherwise, the exercises clearly hindered and confused the U.S. military's response to a real-world scenario that day. In June of 2001, an instruction memorandum was issued by the Joint Chiefs of Staff that changed Department of Defense protocol when responding to aircraft hijackings. The memorandum stripped authority from fighter pilots to use lethal force against a hijacked aircraft unless prior approval was granted by the Secretary of Defense. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense at that time, was conveniently absent and could not be found when the events of 9/11 unfolded. Now let's take a look at the Pentagon. The official story states that alleged hijacker Hani Hanjour and his 4 accomplices would take over Flight 77, a flight originating from Dulles International Airport in mid-flight. After taking over the plane, Hanjour is said to have flown the plane back towards Washington, D.C., and performed an incredibly elaborate 330-degree turn, resulting in the plane crashing to the base of the Pentagon. Experienced pilots have said that this type of aerial maneuver with a Boeing 757 would have been nearly impossible. Hanjour would later be described as a terrible pilot that couldn't even properly operate a small single-engine plane like a Cessna. How are we supposed to believe that someone like Hanjour would have been able to crash a Boeing 757 into the Pentagon in the manner that the official story claims? In fact, air traffic controllers who tracked Flight 77 believe that the plane was actually a military craft because of the maneuvers it was making. The only video footage of the Pentagon attack that has been released to the public does not conclusively show what, if anything, actually hit the building. In fact, the U.S. government has refused to release video footage from multiple cameras that would likely provide a clear view of the attack. It has been over 8 years since the 9/11 attacks, yet the U.S. government still refuses to release this additional video footage. Why? What are they hiding? If a plane really hit the Pentagon as they claim, this video should have been released years ago. But how could a hijacked commercial airliner simply fly into the Pentagon, which is arguably the most secure building in the world? It doesn't make any sense, especially considering that we were told that hijacked airplanes had already flown into 2 buildings earlier that day. The Pentagon should have been on a heightened state of alert, prepared to shoot down any unauthorized aircraft that came within its airspace. And according to the official story, this certainly didn't happen. Testimony from then Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta reveals that Dick Cheney actually ordered a military officer to stand down and not shoot down whatever was approaching the Pentagon.
I wanted to focus just a moment on the Presidential Emergency Operating Center. You were there for a good part of the day. I think you were there with the Vice President. And we had that order given, I think it was by the President, that authorized the shooting down of commercial aircraft that were suspected to be controlled by terrorists. Were you there when that order was given?
No, I was not. I was made aware of it during the time that the airplane coming in to the Pentagon, there was a young man who would come in and say to the Vice President, the plane is 50 miles out, the plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the Vice President, do the orders still stand? And the Vice President turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?
The day before the 9/11 attacks, then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld would reveal that a total of $2.3 trillion was missing from the Pentagon. It just so happens that the section of the Pentagon where Flight 77 supposedly crashed into was a section that housed important budget records. These records were destroyed as a result of what took place. Conveniently, this is also the same section of the Pentagon that had been receiving a $1.2 billion renovation prior to the attacks. Could explosives have been placed in this area while renovations occurred? It is certainly a much more plausible scenario than the official conspiracy theory we are presented with. Although there are many theories as to what may or may not have hit the Pentagon, it is clear that the official story is a lie. Whatever happened at the Pentagon was made to happen by people on the inside. And what about Flight 93, the flight that was said to have crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after heroic passengers struggled to take back control of the aircraft from the alleged hijackers? Video footage showing the aftermath of the supposed Flight 93 crash shows no evidence of a plane having crashed there. No bodies, no plane parts, nothing. In fact, the Flight 93 crash contradicts the characteristics of other plane crashes. There are also reports of multiple debris fields spanning several miles, indicating that it is far more likely that Flight 93 was shot down out of the sky.
The debris here is spread over a 3 to 4 mile radius, which has now been completely sealed off and is being treated, according to the FBI, as a crime scene. Governor Tom Ridge made some remarks earlier at a press conference He had flown over the site. He said the emergency response here was immediate. He also said, and I don't know whether or not you all are able to see pictures of this, but this is one of those cases where the pictures really do tell the story, that sort of the most horrifying aspect of this particular crash scene is how little debris is visible. There is a large crater in the ground, and I'm hoping that you all are seeing it as I'm talking about it, but that's really all you see is a large crater in the ground and just tiny, tiny bits of debris. There's been at least one report that the investigators out there, and there are hundreds of them, as I said tonight, have found nothing larger than a phone book.
I want to get quickly to Chris Kanicki. He's a photographer with the Pittsburgh affiliate of Fox affiliate. He was back there just a couple of minutes ago, and Chris, I've seen the pictures. It looks like there's nothing there except for a hole in the ground.
Basically, that's right. The only thing you could see from where we were was a big gouge in the earth and some broken trees. We could see some people walking around in the area, but from where we could see, there wasn't much left.
Any large pieces of debris at all?
No, there was nothing that you could distinguish that a plane had crashed there.
Smoke, fire?
Nothing. It was absolutely quiet. It was actually very quiet. Nothing going on down there, no smoke, no fire, just a couple of people walking around. They look like part of the NTSB crew walking around looking at the pieces.
How big would you say that hole was?
From my estimates, I would guess it was probably about 20 to 15 feet long and probably about 10 feet long or 10 feet wide.
What could you see on the ground, if anything, other than dirt and ash? And
you couldn't see anything. You could just see dirt, ash, and people walking around.
And what of the 9/11 Commission, the supposed independent panel that was formed to investigate the 9/11 attacks? The commission has been widely criticized and did not perform any sort of real investigation. Originally, George W. Bush had appointed war criminal Henry Kissinger to head the commission, but was eventually forced to withdraw due to both public outrage and the fact that he would have been obliged to disclose the clients of his consulting business. In the end, the commission was chaired by former New Jersey Governor Thomas Kean, and consisted of other high-profile insiders from both the Democrat and Republican parties. Both George W. Bush and Dick Cheney would refuse to testify under oath and would only agree to talk with the commission if it was done while they were together and behind closed doors. No transcript of the meeting was made available to the public. Even several of the 9/11 Commission members, including Thomas Kean and Lee Hamilton, would later say that they felt as if the commission was set up to fail, citing lack of funds and time. And fail it did. More money was actually allocated to investigate Bill Clinton during the Monica Lewinsky scandal than was allocated to investigate the 9/11 attacks, which officially resulted in the death of roughly 3,000 people. The 9/11 Commission was a whitewash investigation, and the fact that even its own members believe it was set up to fail is proof of this. Even more disturbing is that not a single person was fired or disciplined for the obvious defense failures that occurred that day. In fact, the opposite happened. Many of the people responsible for the defense failures were actually given promotions. The Project for a New American Century was an American nonprofit think tank that existed from 1997 to 2006 to promote American military domination of the entire planet. The group was co-founded by neoconservative propagandist Bill Kristol, who you'll often see promoting pro-war propaganda on Fox News. Signatories to the group's statement of principles and contributors to the group included people like Dick Cheney, Scooter Libby, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Armitage, John Bolton, Richard Pearl, Robert Zoellick, and other individuals who would hold high-level positions in the Bush administration. In one of the think tank's published documents entitled Rebuilding America's Defenses, they state that their plans will take a long time to implement unless a new Pearl Harbor event takes place. The 9/11 attacks conveniently provided members of this think tank a new Pearl Harbor and the opportunity to capitalize on many of their plans which they had outlined in the years leading up to the start of the Bush administration. After all, would they really spend all this time drafting these extensive plans if they didn't know from the start that they would get the chance to implement them? Even more amazing is the fact that the 9/11 attacks are actually foreshadowed on a new series of Federal Reserve notes that first started circulating from 1996 to 1999. During this time, the series of $5, $10, $20, $50, and $100 bills would have their designs changed. These newly designed bills, which came out well before the 9/11 attacks, when folded like an airplane, revealed the entire 9/11 story. The TV pilot for the X-Files spin-off series titled The Lone Gunman, which was released 6 months prior to the 9/11 attacks, actually depicts a false flag terror attack in which the attempt is made to fly a plane into the World Trade Center. It is impossible to believe that this is just an coincidence.
What is Scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales.
All right, try cutting electrical power. They've thought of that. They've thought of everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're experiencing some technical difficulties up here. At this time, we'd like you all to return to your seats.
And kiss your asses goodbye.
Finally, we're getting close.
I know.
Damn it!
New York Center, this is Atlantic National Flight 265 Heavy. We are declaring an emergency. We have 110 souls on board, 16,000 pounds of fuel, and no dangerous goods or cargo to report.
Come on, Fro Hickey. Fronts have failed, haven't they?
There's still hope.
Hope my next turnout's as nice as my last one.
Got manual override.
So what was 9/11? The 9/11 attacks were a series of false flag terror attacks against the American people to justify policies to limit individual freedom domestically and to wage perpetual war abroad. The official conspiracy theory story promoted by the corporate media is a complete fantasy. It is important to note, however, that even though the truth about 9/11 is important, the truth about this event is now being used by foreign media outlets to further demonize the United States abroad. Although 9/11 research is virtually blacked out in the corporate-controlled media here in the US, it is something that is being talked about more frequently overseas. In the end, the events of 9/11 are clearly being used by the elite to help bring down the United States and in its place, bring in a totalitarian world government system out in the open. Following the 9/11 attacks, George W. Bush would officially declare a global war on terrorism. Bush would justify the invasions and occupations of both Afghanistan and Iraq under the guise of this phony manufactured terror war. Military spending would be vastly increased, and anti-terror legislation like the Patriot Act would be passed limiting individual freedom in the name of fighting terrorism. New government bureaucracies like the Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Northern Command would also be formed, providing the U.S. government additional tools to enslave the domestic population. This massive war agenda would play a key role in the federal government's debt more than doubling from 2000 to 2010. For the bankers and the military-industrial complex, the terror war is perfect because it represents an endless war that can never be won. Like previous wars, the government needs to buy weapons and equipment to wage war, and this requires the borrowing of more money, which generates a greater amount of debt. In decades prior, such a reality would have been considered science fiction, or an Orwellian fantasy. As horrible as it is to believe, the concept of perpetual war, as depicted in George Orwell's famous dystopic novel, 1984, has become a reality in the 21st century. In order for the elite to invade a country, all they need is the right pretext, and it doesn't matter if that pretext is real or manufactured. Through propaganda and the use of various mind control techniques, the corporate media has been able to destroy the critical thinking skills of many people, convincing them that the terror war is real. This is despite the fact that objective reasoning clearly indicates that the enemy we are fighting is being manufactured by the same people waging it. Looking closer at the economic implications, it is clear that the time period between 2000 and 2010 represented a major push by the global elite to destroy the American economy and to make the world hate the United States. After the 9/11 attacks, the stock market in the US would remain closed for a few days. When it finally reopened, the market suffered a substantial crash. Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan would respond by reducing interest rates to what was at the time historically low levels. From July 2003 to June 2004, the Fed funds rate would bottom out at 1%. The result was an incredible expansion in the amount of available credit, which created an artificial economic boom. In particular, the Fed policy resulted in very low interest rates on mortgages. This in turn prompted a sharp increase in demand for real estate. This boom was further encouraged by George W. Bush promoting the premise of an ownership society. But what Bush was promoting was not an ownership society. Instead, Bush was promoting a debtor society where people only had the illusion of ownership and wealth. The Fed's policies encouraged the mortgage industry to provide creative financial packages to unqualified borrowers. Individuals with no income, no job, no assets were receiving home loans through adjustable rate mortgages, interest-only loans, and other creative packages. With the government-sponsored enterprises of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac purchasing many of these bad loans to resell to investors as mortgage-backed securities, the lenders didn't care if the borrower could ever pay back the money that they were lending.
American consumers might benefit if lenders provided greater mortgage product alternatives to the traditional fixed-rate mortgage.
We've got a problem here in America that we have to address. Too many American families, too many minorities, do not own a home.
In 2002, the Bush administration joined lenders and Wall Street in pushing new opportunities for home ownership.
You'll get your own personal loan specialist who knows you're more than your credit score.
It was too tempting for many Americans to pass up, especially those with bad credit or no credit at all.
In the past, banks would usually hold home loans for lengthy periods of time. The banks of the 21st century had become more concerned with only signing the loan and making money up front, and then passing the buck to somebody else. After supplying the markets with an excessive amount of credit, it was time for the Fed to engineer the bust. Just like previous boom and bust cycles, which is propagandized in the corporate media as the business cycle, the Fed began to slowly raise interest rates between 2004 and 2007, helping to cause a restriction in credit, which would eventually be one of the primary causes of the financial crisis of 2008. But back in 2005, Greenspan decided it was time to step down as Fed chairman. Amazingly, Greenspan was hailed by the corporate media as a hero, and even called the maestro by CNBC anchors, as they pompously auctioned off a portrait of Greenspan on air. In actuality, Greenspan was a villain, as he was setting the conditions necessary for the future crash, so that more wealth and power could be consolidated in fewer hands. Greenspan would be replaced by Ben Bernanke, a former Princeton University academic and Federal Reserve Board governor, who was given the nickname Helicopter Ben due to statements he made inferring that he would throw money out of a helicopter to keep the economy going. Bernanke would ultimately continue Greenspan's policies of excessive money creation. In fact, so much money was created during Greenspan's tenure that the M3 money supply chart, which tracked the overall aggregate amount of money in circulation, would rise vertically. Shortly after this occurred, the Fed conveniently decided in 2006 that they no longer needed to publish this data. By late 2005 and early 2006, the economy began to start showing problems as the artificial housing bubble created by Greenspan started to unravel as the Fed hiked interest rates. Additionally, borrowers were in over their heads as interest rates on adjustable rate mortgages rose, and lenders became stuck with an increasingly large number of bad loans. It was now clear that the housing boom was over, as demand sank and more homes were put up for sale. Many homeowners started to see a significant drop in the value of their homes. Despite the obvious problems, Bernanke and others in the financial establishment would continue to deceive the public into thinking that the economy was strong. Another problem that soon became apparent was the increasingly out-of-control derivatives market. A derivative is a financial instrument used by investors to speculate on the movement of an asset's value. Many times, derivatives are used as a form of insurance or to hedge against risk by purchasing a derivative contract that moves in the opposite direction of another financial position. Oftentimes, these financial instruments are highly leveraged bets that have caused many to compare them to something you'd find in a Las Vegas casino. Many of the big players on Wall Street would later fail to adequately assess the risk of their derivative holdings, and this failure would play a key role in the eventual collapse of several financial institutions in 2008. Although not admitting that economic problems were looming, Bush decided in 2006 to suddenly replace Treasury Secretary John Snow with Hank Paulson, the Chief Executive Officer of Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs had become one of the most powerful investment banking houses on Wall Street, with many of its executives and employees coming in and out of the Treasury Department. The first obvious signs of major problems came when Wall Street giant Bear Stearns ran into trouble. In 2007, two of their subprime mortgage hedge funds had lost nearly all of their value, causing substantial financial problems for the firm. In March of 2008, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York supplied a 28-day loan to Bear Stearns to prevent the company from becoming insolvent. The Fed claimed that if Bear Stearns wasn't bailed out, that would result in systemic problems with the market. That same month, the company would be purchased by JP Morgan Chase for $2 a share. The collapse of Bear Stearns was staggering, considering that in January of 2007, the stock traded as high as $172 a share. This would be followed with record-high oil and gasoline prices, which put even more pressure on the economy. During the summer of 2008, oil would spike up to a high of $147 a barrel, and it was not uncommon to see gasoline selling for around $4 a gallon. Bank failures would also begin to become increasingly common. Some of the more notable failures of 2008 included IndyMac and Washington Mutual. The IndyMac bank failure prompted a massive customer panic, with lines of people waiting outside of IndyMac branches to withdraw their money. But this would just be the beginning. From 2008 to 2010, hundreds of banks would fail and would eventually result in the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation going into the red. But despite all of the obvious economic problems, Bush would maintain that the economy was still strong. Even John McCain, the 2008 Republican presidential nominee, would reiterate the same talking points only days and weeks before the financial system would truly begin to unravel. In September of 2008, the federal government announced that it was taking full control of Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, the two institutions that were previously formed as government-sponsored enterprises, to increase the amount of credit available for home loans. The amount of bad loans on their balance sheets had resulted in their insolvency, and they could no longer perform their role. In 2009, it was announced that these institutions would get an unlimited amount of taxpayer money in order to continue the artificial propping up of the housing market. In addition, insurance giant AIG, which had made bad bets on credit default swap derivatives, was also on the brink of failure. The Federal Reserve would step in and provide an $85 billion lifeline, arguing that an AIG failure would result in a systemic failure of the economic system. This would be followed by an additional $37.8 billion in October of 2008 by loans provided to AIG from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. This would mark the largest bailout of a private company by the Federal Reserve or the U.S. government in the nation's entire history. Goldman Sachs would eventually be the largest recipient of public funds from AIG, receiving an estimated $12.9 billion. If AIG went under, Goldman Sachs and other insurance holders would not have received 1 cent from AIG. Lehman Brothers, a major Wall Street investment bank, which decades earlier had merged with the infamous Kuhn Loeb Company, also ran into trouble and was not bailed out. They would eventually file for bankruptcy. Merrill Lynch would be hastily merged with Bank of America. Additionally, Wachovia Bank would be bought out by Wells Fargo in October 2008 to avoid collapse. The crisis would be used as an opportunity to engage in a wholesale ripoff of the American taxpayer. Bush, after stating that the economy was strong, would now claim that the crisis was so severe that it was necessary to use taxpayer money to bail out many of these failed financial institutions. Bush claimed that this was necessary so that the banks could continue issuing credit. We would also see a reversal from the corporate media on the economy. For months prior, the corporate media proclaimed that everything was fine, demonizing financial analysts who tried to tell the truth about the looming economic problems. But when all the big Wall Street firms needed to be bailed out, they switched gears and immediately proclaimed how bad the economic crisis was, propagandizing the public on the need for a bailout.
The market is not functioning properly. There has been a widespread loss of confidence, and major sectors of America's financial system are at risk of shutting down. The government's top economic experts warn that without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold. More banks could fail, including some in your community. The stock market would drop even more, which would reduce the value of your retirement account. The value of your home could plummet. Foreclosures would rise dramatically. And if you own a business or a farm, you would find it harder and more expensive to get credit. More businesses would close their doors, and millions of Americans could lose their jobs. Even if you have good credit history, it would be more difficult for you to get the loans you need to buy a car or send your children to college. And ultimately, our country could experience a long and painful recession. Fellow citizens, we must not let this happen.
In a free market system, private businesses are allowed to succeed or fail based on their own merits. What Bush and Paulson were advocating was to bail out a group of bankers that had made bad decisions and claimed that if they didn't bail them out, that the entire economy would collapse. This type of fear-mongering was used to justify a $700 billion plan to purchase bad assets from financial companies. Despite the propagandists in the corporate media calling it a rescue package, it was really nothing more than a bailout, a massive ripoff of the American taxpayer. They were asking the American people to accept a bailout of Wall Street after the government, in conjunction with the Fed and their ridiculous monetary policies, had actually created the crisis. The U.S. Senate immediately approved the bailout, otherwise known as the Troubled Asset Relief Plan, but the U.S. House would initially reject the bill. Following the rejection, the Dow Jones Industrial Average would curiously crash exactly 777 points, the largest single-day drop ever. The fact that the market went down exactly 777 points has led some to question if the crash that day was deliberately engineered to either serve as a signal for those in the know to sell their stock or to scare Congress into passing the bailout, or even both. After all, the Dow Jones Industrial Average would drop several thousand points over the next few months before bottoming out in the mid-6,000 range in the early part of 2009. Shortly after, a revised bill was proposed and passed by the U.S. House. The bill was sent to Bush, which he immediately signed into law. The bailout plan was simply used to consolidate more control. The bailout program would be overseen by Wall Street insider Neil Kashkari, another former Goldman Sachs employee. Instead of using the money to buy up troubled assets, they used it to directly fund the banks of their choice. In other words, they used the fund to dole out money to their buddies on Wall Street, and one of the firms that received the money was Goldman Sachs. On top of this, the Federal Reserve would reduce the Fed funds rate to all-time lows of between 0 and 0.25%, where it has remained into 2010 as part of an effort to inflate their way out of the crisis and maintain control. The end result, which we're already starting to see, is a continued devaluation of the US dollar, with the price of gold shooting up over $1,000 an ounce. In the midst of all this financial turmoil, 2008 was also an election year. The only presidential candidate who spoke the truth about the Federal Reserve was Republican Ron Paul, who for years was one of the only members of Congress speaking out against the policies of the central bank. Populist anger against the Federal Reserve and perpetual war overseas resulted in his campaign receiving over $20 million in campaign contributions, which was initially comparable to the campaign contributions received by the high-profile campaigns of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Instead of this money being funneled into the first primary and caucus states like Iowa and New Hampshire, the campaign ran an educational campaign which made it painfully obvious that his campaign was not run to win. Conspiracy or not, it was a huge disappointment and provided more proof that the entire U.S. electoral system is a completely staged farce. An increasing number of states are now using electronic voting machines, which have many proven security flaws, which have led to even more questions about the credibility of the U.S. electoral system. With Bush leaving office, the elite decided to install Barack Obama as the next president in the carefully staged election of 2008. Obama ran on a campaign of change, but this was all a facade. Obama's campaign was backed by some of the biggest Wall Street banks and war contractors. Even Zbigniew Brzezinski served as an advisor for the Obama campaign. Around Obama, the elite created a massive personality cult, using sophisticated public relations and propaganda techniques that are used to sell him as a godlike savior to the millions of mind-controlled Americans that supported him. Once officially in office, Obama would appoint several pro-globalist cronies to high-level positions within the administration, including several attendees of the 2008 Bilderberg Group meeting. The Bilderberg Group meeting is a secret annual meeting of the European and North American elite that was originally formed in the 1950s. Current Obama cabinet members like Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner and Health and Human Services Secretary Kathleen Sebelius were confirmed to be in attendance at the 2008 meeting. Obama's cabinet also consists of other individuals who have links to other pro-globalist institutions, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. Clearly, this was not change. This was more of the same. In fact, Obama's policies have simply been a continuation of policies adopted during the Bush administration. Despite initially promising to remove U.S. troops from Iraq during his presidential campaign, the troops are still there, and Obama has actually authorized a buildup of additional troops in Afghanistan. He has also approved the continuation of attacks from unmanned aerial vehicles in the Afghanistan-Pakistan border region, which has resulted in the death of numerous civilians. Obama has even supported the government bailout of auto manufacturers, General Motors, and Chrysler, while small business owners and average Americans continue to struggle on a day-to-day basis. Unemployment has soared, and 10 cities reminiscent of the Great Depression have actually begun to pop up around the country. A phony stimulus package called the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act was passed by Congress and signed into law by Obama. The bill was a fraud and primarily expanded the size and scope of government and did nothing substantive to provide any sort of economic stimulus to the private sector economy. Obama has also embarked on an ambitious agenda of big government spending programs, despite the nation's economic troubles. The U.S. national debt has soared to over $12 trillion, with the 2009 budget deficit soaring well over $1 trillion. Common sense would dictate that the government simply cannot continue on this course, but that has not stopped Obama from pursuing initiatives, including healthcare reform, among others. This sort of insanity is a clear indication that Obama's goal isn't to save the United States from turmoil, but instead to help destroy it. The 2008 economic crisis didn't just affect the U.S. It had a profound impact on the entire global economy. The manufactured economic crisis prompted calls from the international community for a new world order and a revampment of the global financial system. There have even been calls for a global currency by the Russians and the Chinese. As we have seen time and time again, the concept of problem-reaction-solution is used in which a problem is created and then a solution is proposed that furthers their agenda. There is little doubt that the end goal of the elite is to consolidate enough control so they have a privately run global central bank that controls the issuance of credit for the entire world. But the agenda goes much deeper than that. Over the past decade, there has been a push to sell people on the concept of the phony environmental problem known as climate change. In the 1970s, people were being scared into believing that man's activity on the planet would result in an ice age. Then when it became obvious that this wasn't going to happen, they tried to scare people into believing that man's emission of fossil fuels into the atmosphere was causing global warming. After people started to seriously question the new fraud of global warming, the climate propagandists began using the temperature-neutral term of climate change to get around people's legitimate questions surrounding the science. Of course, this in of itself is entirely insane, because the climate throughout history operates in cycles, and has always changed even before man was emitting fossil fuels into the atmosphere. Despite the fact that thousands of scientists disagree with the theory that man-made carbon emissions are contributing to climate change, that has not stopped the promotion of this fraud. The solution that they are proposing is to establish a cap-and-trade system on carbon emissions. In our words, a global carbon tax. Even if climate change were a real problem, implementing a carbon tax during a time of global financial turmoil would be a disaster for the global economy. On top of this, the concept of a cashless society is becoming more and more of a reality as each day passes. With the rise of the internet and electronic communications becoming more and more commonplace, an increasing number of people are voluntarily using debit and credit cards to pay for purchases. In fact, only a small percentage of money that circulates in the United States is now in paper form. The chief executive officer of Visa was quoted as saying that their goal was to have a cashless society by the year 2012, and if we continue moving in the direction that we are, it could very well be achieved. The problem with a cashless society is that all transactions, large and small, are recorded in databases that can easily be tracked and traced. It represents a complete erosion of financial privacy and the elimination of anonymous transactions. The ultimate goal is to get people to voluntarily give up using cash and to use debit and credit cards exclusively until all transactions are conducted without cash. The Japanese are even looking at the prospect of taxing the use of cash as part of an effort to eliminate cash completely. Even implantable RFID microchips and biometrics are being considered as forms of technology that could potentially be integrated into a future cashless society. If the elite are successful at establishing a cashless society in which implantable RFID microchips are the only means to purchase goods and services, the establishment could simply shut off your chip by making a change on a computer database, thus rendering you unable to buy goods and services. It might be hard to believe, but if you look around, we are not very far off from a world in which this could actually be happening. Overall, the monetary system in its current form is nothing more than a form of sorcery. In the 21st century, most money stores no real value. The vast majority of wealth is now stored as digital credits on computer hard drives and are transferred over computer networks. These credits are expanded and contracted by a banking system, which manipulates their value all to consolidate wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer people. The value of these credits, whether they be in US dollars, euros, or any other currency, is only based on the perception of the people using and holding them. From a historical standpoint, every money system that has not been backed by anything of tangible substance has either collapsed or has been replaced. The illusionary nature of the monetary system and its fraud can clearly be seen in the African nation of Zimbabwe, where inflation has risen to over 100,000% annually. The Zimbabwe dollar has devalued at such a rapid pace that there are even signs in public restrooms telling people not to flush Zimbabwe dollars down toilets because the notes can ruin the plumbing. And why are people flushing these paper notes down the toilet? Because in many cases, it is actually cheaper to use these Zimbabwe dollars as toilet paper than to go out and buy actual toilet paper with them. The Federal Reserve and other central banks around the world have flooded the banking system with an increasing amount of these worthless digital credits. Central banks like the Federal Reserve were first sold to the people as a means to provide a stable currency, which is now an obvious lie. The US dollar has lost approximately 99% of its value since its inception in 1913. It is painfully clear that the Fed has never had a policy of ensuring a stable currency and is setting up another massive financial bubble that will result in devastating consequences when it finally collapses. Although the establishment has made an example out of people like Bernie Madoff for running elaborate pyramid scams, the real pyramid scam that they don't talk about is the fraud of these central banking systems who create money out of nothing and manipulate its value in order to consolidate more wealth into the hands of fewer and fewer people.
What is the proper relationship, what should be the proper relationship between a chairman of the Fed and a president of the United States?
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take. So long as that is in place and there is no evidence that the administration or the Congress or anybody else is requesting that we do things other than what we think is the appropriate thing, then what the relationships are don't frankly matter.
My concern about the legislation is that if the GAO is auditing not only the operational aspects of our programs and the details of the programs, but is making judgments about our policy decisions, that would effectively be a takeover of monetary policy by the Congress, a repudiation of the independence of the Federal Reserve, which would be highly destructive to the stability of the financial system, the dollar, and our national economic situation.
So how do we fix this problem? Clearly, a centralized system of control that issues money out of nothing is a powerful tool that will always be abused. Although having the government issue the money itself versus a privately run banking cartel is preferable and a good first step, the power of issuing money would still be centralized in the hands of a few. What we need is a free market, decentralized monetary system. Private organizations and individuals should be empowered to create their own forms of money. This way people have more choices. Bad forms of money would be eliminated as people would gravitate to the products that best serve their needs as a medium of exchange. Various towns around the United States who have become fed up with the totalitarian nature of the Federal Reserve have actually started issuing their own currencies for local use. Private money systems like the Liberty Dollar and electronic gold money systems have also been formed. These private money systems have clearly angered the banking elite, as the US government actually had the nerve to raid the Liberty Dollar headquarters under completely absurd charges. What's ironic is that the Liberty Dollar people, who have created a privately run silver-backed money system, offer something far more credible and tangible than the Federal Reserve, which operates a monetary system backed by nothing. Obviously, the counterfeiters at the Federal Reserve don't like competition. By establishing a decentralized free market monetary system, it would ensure that if one form of money ran into problems, the impact would not be nearly as severe as in a centralized system. Right now, there is a government-mandated money monopoly given to the Federal Reserve. People would be outraged if the government gave a mandated monopoly to Dell to be the only company that can make computers. So why is it that we put up with the government saying we have to use Federal Reserve notes as a medium of exchange? After all, the value of money is only in the perception of those using it. Economists have debated over the gold standard, bimetallism, fiat currency systems, and the like for many years, but like any other product, the free market would determine the best systems of money without the need for analysis or speculation. Another solution is for people to stop participating in the system as much as possible. Although this may prove difficult, little things like becoming debt-free go a long way in circumventing the perpetual enslavement of the financial system. The American people are constantly bombarded with advertisements and messages, trying to get them to buy things they really don't need. This is because the establishment wants people to remain in perpetual debt, and convincing them that they need to buy material crap just to keep up appearances is one of the ways they do this. We need to stop buying into this fallacy.
I don't know, it's just when you buy furniture, you tell yourself, that's it, that's the last sofa I'm gonna need. Whatever else happens, I've got that sofa problem handled. I had it all. I had a stereo that was very decent, a wardrobe that was getting very respectable. I was close to being complete.
Shit, man, now it's all gone.
All gone. All gone.
Do you know what a duvet is?
Comforter.
It's a blanket. Just a blanket. Now, why do guys like you and I know what a duvet is? Is this essential to our survival in the hunter-gatherer sense of the word? No. What are we then?
Consumers.
Right. We are consumers. We are byproducts of a lifestyle obsession. Murder, crime, poverty, these things don't concern me. What concerns me are celebrity magazines, television with 500 channels, some guy's name on my underwear. Rogaine, Viagra, Olestra.
Martha Stewart.
Fuck Martha Stewart. Martha's polishing the brass on the Titanic. It's all going down, man. So fuck off with your sofa units and string green stripe patterns. I say never be complete. I say stop being perfect. I say let's evolve. Let the chips fall where they may. That's me, and I could be wrong. Maybe it's a terrible tragedy.
No, it's just stuff. It's not tragedy.
Well, you did lose a lot of versatile solutions for modern living.
Fuck, you're right. No, it's... My insurance is probably going to cover it, so... What?
The things you own end up owning you. But do what you like, man. Man, I see in Fight Club the strongest and smartest men who've ever lived. I see all this potential, and I see it squandered. God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. Our great war is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our lives. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars, but we won't. We're slowly learning that fact. And we're very, very pissed off.
But the problem goes beyond just the system itself. The current banking system is based on immoral and unjust principles, as are the wars that these bankers have funded to generate more debt and to subsidize the military-industrial complex. A moral, intellectual, and spiritual revolution needs to occur, and that can happen if people become more informed as to the invisible financial enslavement system that they are living in. There is no doubt that we are currently living in a world in which everything is backwards. The media destroys truth, religion destroys spirituality, schools destroy knowledge, and governments destroy freedom. We are heading closer and closer into a world that mirrors what is depicted in dystopic novels like 1984 and Brave New World. The elite's control over the financial system represents a tool of totalitarianism that they are using as one of their primary mechanisms of control. By educating people as to this truth, it will become more difficult for the elite to continue their quest to enslave humanity.
There is only one holistic system of systems. One vast and immane, interwoven, interacting, multivariate, multinational dominion of dollars. Petrodollars, electrodollars, multi-dollars, Reichmarks, rims, rubles, pounds, and shekels. It is the international system of currency which determines the totality of life on this planet. That is the natural order of things today. That is the atomic and subatomic and galactic structure of things today.
Their objective isn't to control the conflict. It's to control the debt that the conflict produces. You see, the real value of a conflict, the true value, is in the debt that it creates. You control the debt, you control everything. You find this upsetting, yes? But this is the very essence of the banking industry. To make us all, whether we be nations or individuals, slaves to debt.